That's what's up. Testing. Testing audio. Testing. Testing audio. Okay, that sounds pretty good. What's up, everybody? And go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is JW Berry, and this is JW Berry 3D live right in front of your faces. Thank you for the first in chat, Benane. It seems like first in chat keeps switching nowadays. It used to be only Minty for like a good 3 weeks or so. I'm drinking my health pack. So, excuse me, one sec. So there's been I have to send this message to make sure it works. But there's been some discussion about what I should do today. Some people, if you look at my Discord, some people, I guess, hate a certain game that I love, that I want to play all the time, on stream, off stream. And I don't know how to feel about that. Some people really don't like my Marvel Rivals. At least they didn't say not to play it, you know, forever, but it did make me feel kind of sad. Like, what I thought was true was true. No one really likes that game. Why don't people like that game? I don't know if it's interesting or not interesting to watch, but
from coffee shops to salons, small business teams are trying to do it all.
This is why I hate Spotify, man. It's the ads. But yeah, there's something about it that it just gives me so much life, and I don't know why I'm the only person who's gaining so much enjoyment and life from that game, and from watching the game too. I mean, I think it's because my viewers. If you guys didn't just have Chromebooks or just phones, if you guys were able to join in with me, because I would definitely, you know, add you guys. Who is this? Who is this? I'll definitely add you guys and have you guys squad up with me. Like I have RicePad. RicePad is in my Rivals clan. Dang, man. It's fine though. It's fine. Not everything is for everybody. I get that. I get that. So we push on. Anyways, we have other stuff we have to do. Whenever I feel like I want to do Rivals, that means there is an art thing that I'm not doing. I have bad news. You DM'd me something. What was your bad news? You said, "Are you there? I have something to tell you." I didn't see it until just now. What's the bad news? Also, shout out to you checking me out on YouTube. Let me copy this and put this over here. Hold on. All right. I just created something. Hopefully this works. Let's test it out. It didn't show up anywhere. Wait. It's supposed to show up. Oh, there it is. Oh! If you guys see, we have stream stickers again. This used to be huge when I was starting up streaming. So hopefully this works. I don't know what I offered. I'm gonna check it out in a second. I got banned from Voxium. Voxium Burglar, how did you get banned? It's in your name. You need to play the game. How did you get banned? Let me see what I have on my channel. Bro, how did you get banned? What did you possibly do? But yeah, if you go to my Twitch channel and you scroll down... Oh, I don't even have it. Where is it? Wait a second. It is a component? No, it's panel 2. Does anyone here see stream stickers? I don't see it at all. They lied to me. Extension. Oh, there it is. What the heck? Yeah. Okay, well, I don't want it to be that low. Let's move it up. I don't even need emote showcase. No one's here trying to get emotes. And if you are, let it be a surprise. I already did this. Okay, it's up here now. Perfect. I don't even remember what I used to have, but I know I had a lot of free ones. Do I still have them? Why does it keep opening stuff? Channel. Oh, here are mine. Bro, I haven't had these in so long. Lag, Rage, Pog, Pro Low, Pro Pog, Low, Pro Plays, Gamer Mode, Pro Plays, Flat, and Gamer Mode. Dang, that was so long ago. Sub only, my favorites, throwables. I don't know what those are. Those are new. And placement. A booty. Wait, what are the ones for the channel? Pro Plays. Pro Plays. Man, that takes me back. I hacked way back. Someone ratted me out, but I got them banned too because they also cheated, so now I'll never play again. It's a bummer. You used to hack, bro? Come on, man, that's lame. Why did you used to hack, brother? What did it bring you? What joy did it bring you to hack on boxing? A game like boxing. And then the person who reported you also cheated? That's just disgusting. Oh, J-Dog used to spend the most, 6,000 on a Zixer, Twilight, Janet, Nuba's Almost Pro, Mandrake, Bullet, Dr. Plague. Bro, mine over Matter even. I don't know if you guys remember this. When you could watch ads to get bits so you didn't have to spend money. People would watch ads, get bits, and then spend the bits over here. I had a 1 bit? What did I do with that? That must have went crazy. Maybe I should make it a component so people can see it on the so people can see it on the screen. Component 1. I don't want to replace it. I want it in 2 places. Oh no, what did I do? So is it not here anymore? It's not. But it's over here. Is this better? I mean, I don't know if you guys aren't probably gonna use it, but I mean, people have used it when it's down. Gosh, that's so loud, and I keep picking that one to play. Is this one different? They're all the same. I have to change that.
Pro Pog.
Pro Pog. Yeah, maybe I'll keep them up here, and then I'll change what they are. And then I'll activate this one. Because I do, if you have Prime. Yo, thank you for the follow, Voxium Burglar on your Twitch. And what's up, Just a Dot Fox? We're talking about. Thank you also for the follow, Just a Dot Fox. We're talking about my emote stuff, my stickers.
Our banking solutions are built to help business owners succeed. Meet
You can add stickers onto my screen, and they have sound effects. Like this one, whipped cream. Oh my gosh, that's so loud. But that's for 100 bits. We got this one, Rainbow Unicorn. Yeah. This one.
You're a monster!
You're a monster. So there's a bunch of flavors you can choose from if you choose to on my stream. I'm glad that's working now. It was a very simple thing. I just didn't get to add. But please, if you do that, it adds funny content moments to the stream. And it also gives me money. I like money too. Money is nice. He's the one who got me banned, and I banned him on Voxium. LMFAO, what happened? I just found the evidence of you hacking and sent it. Why are we arguing? Well, because they were talking, Voxium Burglar on YouTube was telling me that he got banned from Voxium. He got banned because he was hacking in the past, and this other player reported him. But he also got banned, the player who reported, because he was cheating in the past. So it's a cheater banning a hacker. It's essentially what happened. I opened 50 tabs. Bro, I gotta say, how did you do that? Get 50 players in the game. Oh, so he opened 50 tabs. Must have been a very strong computer. And then you just had everyone in there, and then you just started, you just farmed? Is that, I guess that is cheating, isn't it? That is cheating. So, anyways, all that aside, let's finish something that we started a couple of weeks ago. I think we started during February. And I do want to move on to the next level of where I'm going with this. So I wanted to finish my donut. Finishing the donut is going to give me some good closure. And also for you too, who have been learning Blender alongside us. I hope you've been learning it with us. And we're gonna make something beautiful. Make something beautiful today. I have to find this YouTube video because it's been so long now. Hold on. Stop hacking and cheating. It's not good to do. How did you manage to close all of them? Delete the window. It's not that hard. And your main account is in the other window. Y'all can see I was time both of you out. It's funny because they could have chatted on this on Discord or something. I'll say, Minty, since you know the chat's not too crazy right now, you know, and it's really like there's nothing that they can even do. They're both oh, guys, tell me how long are you guys banned for? Both of you. Does one have a bigger ban than the other? Isn't that just crazy? It's Voxium, bro. There's no need to get hostile on Voxium. Let's see my history. Oh, before I do this, chat, I don't know if you've been noticing. I've been making several forms of content on TikTok and on my Instagram, and some of them are starting to do pretty good. I think I hit a little stride with this audio clip that I'm using. So it's this audio clip from the live action One Piece where he says, "Hey, my friends are still in there. We got to get them out of there now." And then the other person says, "Your friends are dead." I've been trying it here.
Whoa. Hey, my friends are still in there. We have to get them out of there now.
Your friends are dead.
So I've been trying with this. This one, the views are pretty low, but the interactions are very high. So I'm going to keep going with it and see, you know, just how far I can take. This one got 50 likes. This one got 23. This one got 31. And then on Instagram, they're doing good too. So I'm thinking we have a little stride here. Okay, now you guys are going too far. Please, calm down. But yeah, so I just think, you know, we're getting somewhere with this content. Hopefully we can break out into something. Where is Blender? Oh man, this has been a long time. Donut. Here we go.
Objects. This is a little more complex, so we're gonna.
We're at this part now. Yo, what's up, 10 blocks? How are you, fam? Ultra marathon. My sister just did a 50K. Nice. 31 miles. Recently, oh, you saw the thing when I just showed when you first went to finish 1 mile. Now this, if you see it right here. Oh my gosh. This here, I didn't get on the floor for the video. I actually had to get on the floor. I was dying, chat. I ran a mile with Queen. She was a lot better feeling after the mile. Like, I haven't ran a mile. I haven't ran in a very long time, except for when I'm like missing the bus or something. So this, I was actually in pain, in need of help.
Whoa. Hey, my friends are still in there. We have to get them out of there now.
Your friends are dead.
Imagine finishing a mile Dude's just like, yeah, no, your friends are dead. You're the only one who survived. I don't know. I like this concept so much. I'm gonna make more. If you guys give me more ideas of what can you do where you're the only survivor, you know, like you just finished the test or you just submitted your essay, and then you're like, wait, hold on, guys, my friends are still in there. We gotta get them out there. And the teacher's like, your friends are dead. As you want to do a video, a short on any platform, it would have to be this right here. 270,000 views. Not really. 11,000 likes, 237 comments, and 1,357 saves. They love this video so much. I keep getting notifications to this day of people talking about this. 300 likes, 3,000 likes on a comment. If I don't have the money, like, how am I gonna keep talking to you? Like, it costs money to keep talking to you.
I understand that it's tough. Staying in touch is important, so I really hope there's a way to make it work.
Nah, like, give me like a month free or something.
I wish I could help with that, but I can't make decisions about the service, promotions.
It's-
Hopefully reaching out to the program might lead
Nah,
to a
listen,
solution.
look, it's not about decisions. Like, just tell them to give me a free month or something.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't have a way to change how the program works. It's best to talk directly with the
Nah,
support
look,
team,
like
so
you, no, listen, you're literally part of the program. Just change your code. Change your code, give me a free month.
I hear you, but I don't have the ability to adjust the program or give free months myself.
Nah, but really. And then just silence at the end. Ooh, email. Silence at the end. So what was funny about this video went viral, at least for me, went viral enough that the company actually reached out to me. I don't know if they commented on here, but they reached out to me and they said, hey, you know, if you can, you know, show your viewers what we do and how the program works, we can give you a whole year free. And they gave me 1 whole year free of this app, which I barely, where's my tablets over there? I kind of barely use the app. I thought it would be a pretty cool. All right, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Come on, man. What are you doing? Come on, bro. Let's switch topic, brother. Switch topic. Stop talking about this. Switch topic. But yeah, I don't really use it that much, but it seemed like a cool idea, a little AI buddy assistant that you could play around with. And so it was just kind of cool. I did. JW did. The streamer. The streamer deleted his messages. And so it was cool. It was the first time I ever had a company reach out to me because I had some type of virality. You know when those people make those little videos like, I use this spoon every day. This spoon is really good. I'm not sponsored though. And then the spoon comments, the company that makes the spoon comments like, hey, hit us up. And then they get like a lifetime supply of spoons. This was my first time. I hope it's not the last. It's the first time getting a company to notice me from something I did. Nah, but really. And now my most recent video that's going viral is this one, 66,000.
I wasted a night watching this, so you wouldn't.
I don't want to watch that one, but that one is also an interesting one. Hey, that's me right now. I don't want to watch that one, but that one is also an interesting one. Hey, that's me right now. Wait, what's this? Is this how I sound? Wait, what's this? Is this how I sound? Wait, do I sound like this? Like squeaky? What's this? Is this how I sound? Wait, hello? Do I sound like this? Like testing. Okay, no, I don't. Why did it? Wait, hello? Sound like this? Like testing. I think it was just speeding up. Anyways, let's hop back into some Blender. We have an hour left of this, so I think I could actually finish it probably today. Hi there, just a dot vox. Thank you for redeeming that.
Have some fun with it. So first things first, we need to apply a texture to it so that we can see the UV unwrapping and see that it's working well. So I'm going to hit N to bring up my properties.
Okay, let's try to remember everything this man has taught us because it has been a spell. It has been a while. I know we go to material preview so we can see everything. This is what I've made so far, my chocolate donut. We're gonna put mint sprinkles on there if we can. And then we have my coffee cup. And so he typed N. So you can go to Polygon. I guess I have to log in again. I guess it makes sense. It has been a while. Return to the add-on. Okay, cool. Next.
And I'm using the polygon add-on, and I'm going to apply the ceramic texture that we're going to use. So the free one that we're using for this tutorial, you can find by typing in Donut 5.
Donut 5, you got it. Update. Oh, there's an update. Sure. Whoa. Restart Blender. Okay. Please restart. I didn't even know you can update plugins like this. Man, to think. I'm just doing regular Blender right now, but once we get to the level of plugins, and we're going to start updating them, and oh man, okay, I'm excited. Press N. Don't looks good. Thank you, Tim. There you know, we're hot on this. Know what I mean? Look at this thing. Wait. Hold on. I know there's a way to not show this. Give me 1 second. Let me flex my skills real quick. I know I went over here and then outline. I think that's it. Yep. Your boys got it. Look at this. Look at this thing. Tell me this doesn't look edible. Well, don't tell me that, but look at this. Look at that. Look. No, whoa, I don't want to delete it. Wait, how do I? There we go. Right. It looks good on close-ups. It's flaky. If we take this off, because that's just the icing on top. If we take it off, boop. Look at that. Look at that donut. Who wants a donut? Alt H. Nope, wrong button. Alt H. There we go. I know a couple things. I know a couple things now. We'll click this. You say go to N. Polygon. Close this. And then donut 5. And then we're going to get to the whatever he said, ceramic.
That'll bring up all the ones we're going to use in this tutorial. And the one we're using is this one, this rustic gold ceramic texture.
Rustic gold ceramic. This guy.
So I've already downloaded it. So you'll see download. It'll look like download like that. And then
so I'm going to download the 4K, I guess. Okay. Downloading. Looks so good. About to make me order a dozen. What's up, Ruined Eraser? My resident Maya sculptor streamer. Speaking of a dozen, wait, hold on, man. Jeez, it's so hard to move in this app. But yeah, speaking of a dozen, let me just. How do I? Hold on, bro. Wait. Oh my God, I'm gonna mess everything up. There we go. Two donuts. Let me click here. Click and click. Come on.
The legend is back.
Hey, who said that? What's up, Miguel on TikTok? Appreciate you for joining in on TikTok. 4 donuts. Well, these are levitating. I hope you don't mind. Man, I feel so slow kind of like clicking these buttons right now. 6 donuts. Let's move them over here. Now, chat, what is 6 times 2? Do I have any math people in the chat? 6 times 2? 6 times 2? Come on. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 24. Ruined Eraser. Horrible at math. You trying to trick me? You ordered a dozen. You want 24? Miguel, thankfully you are on my ears with the 24. And what the heck? 12. 12 donuts. There we go. We just got a dozen. But I don't know if this is even still used anymore. But a baker's dozen isn't 12, right? I remember learning that and being like, what? Is math lying to me? A baker's dozen is 13 donuts.
Now what is 12 by 12?
Is 144. Nice try. Chat, who thinks they could eat all of this right now in one sitting? 12 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 of these. I forgot my own number. You could eat all of these and wash it down with an empty cup. Actually, don't be weak. Eat the cup. Actually, eat all of this. Eat the plate, the coaster, this little table. You won't. I bet you won't. These donuts. Wait, let me see. What's the real scale? If I bring in a cube. This cube is.
You know what I'm eating everything I see.
Yeah, eat everything that you see. I think this cube is supposed to be a meter by a meter by a meter or something like that. I think. That's F3. Bro, I don't know any of these commands yet. But okay, these are small donuts. I thought they were about to be big, huge.
Even you, even her viewers.
No, you don't need to eat me or my viewers. You can eat all the TikTok viewers. It's really just you. But stay away from my Twitch viewers and please stay away from my YouTube viewers. They're so precious to me. Them, it really is. I mean, they're getting the full experience. They're getting no ads. You Twitch guys, I love you guys, but you guys, you know, you're here and there. And then TikTok, don't even get me started about TikTok, man. Don't even get me started about TikTok, man. All right, let's get back. Let's focus, chat. He told me to do one thing, and then what I'm trying to do is a whole bunch of different things. Keep TikTok away from us. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do, Benet. That's what I'm trying to do.
The VIPs.
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to keep TikTok far away from Twitch, and then YouTube. We're trying to protect YouTube. YouTube's where that money's at. All right, what do you say to me? They can hear you. Yes, they say you said I got the VIPs. All right. I didn't get past the step.
And then with the mug selected, you want to hit apply. If the mug isn't selected like that, you'll see import, which would just like load it in as a like.
Okay. Click apply. Boom. No, I wanted pink. That's not what I wanted. But I will do what the teacher instructs for at least right now as we're learning.
Fake user material that you could reference. But anyways, so select the mug and then say apply. And now we can close that and let's take a look. Now you might be surprised at how well that came in.
It's
like
good,
the handle's no good, but the
handle.
rest of it is semi-okay, right?
That's true.
There's some stretching on the rim and the base, but like why did that come in okay? So if you go to the UV editor here, you can see we got some eye.
Wait. How do you do that? Editor, and you click. Oh my gosh. It's hard to navigate. Okay. Yeah, mine looks a little different than his. Wait, mine looks completely different. We'll figure it out. Oh, so this is the guy. What's up, Cherries? Solanap? What do you mean, so this is the guy? Me? What's up, Voxium Burglar? What's going on? Is this a Voxium Burglar meetup? Voxium Burglar brought 2 other people here to this chat.
I am in the YouTube.
Oh, you're Cherries in the YouTube? Stay away from my YouTube. Anyways.
Islands,
That's
and this
Solanap.
matches exactly
Yes.
what you would expect if you created a cylinder. So when we modeled this mug, you remember we started with a cylinder, and that's a primitive object, and Blender automatically UV unwraps the primitive objects for us. So everything that is still a cylinder form is okay, but everything else that we created from scratch, like this handle here, it has no idea what to do with it. So it's all stretched and all screwed up. So basically we have to start from scratch and do this again, but that's okay. That's the point of this tutorial, to learn how to do UV unwrapping.
Okay.
So as I explained with the icing, the best way to think about UV unwrapping is to imagine that this object was made of paper and we have to lay it flat onto a 2D surface, which is what this is over here. This is the 3D object. This is the flat surface it's being laid on. So it's like we are turning this into paper and we have to lay it flat. Where would you put the cuts on this object in order to make it flat there? And so the most obvious place you could think of if you're looking at doing this is like, I know for sure this handle has to be separated from the rest of it in order to start to lay it flat. By the way, before we start, it would probably help with your mug selected. In the modifiers, you've got this little box there that says on cage. So if it's turned off, it'll show you like the unsubdivided.
hold on. I think I've lost things. I've lost certain controls here. Am I selecting the mud? I am. How come I don't see that I'm selecting the mud? I'm panicking because it doesn't look the same as the teachers now. Okay, so if I, yeah, okay, now it looks like I'm selecting. UV, it doesn't look like I'm selecting. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? How come his, oh, okay, maybe I'll try. No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't have any of the lines that he has. Let's think with our brains. What am I missing? Because wait, now I'm not clicking anything. Yeah. What's happening? Oh, I was in edit mode. Okay. Now I'm in object mode. So I am clicking stuff. Like clicking this. Now clicking this. But I don't see it still. Should I gift 200 subs? If you can afford it, yeah, that'd be awesome. But you also don't have to. Objects. Why can't I see the thing? Yes, give me one, says Ruined Eraser. Maybe one day I should give Twitch TTS, or I should give all of them text to speech, and then see who can fight the hardest. I don't have enough money, so why would you say something like that? It's such a jerk move. All right, I missed a step for sure. Cause how come I can see what he's clicking and he can't see mine? Is there something here? Oh my gosh, this whole part was so annoying. What am I doing differently?
Object, this is the flat surface it's being laid. No, if mesh is visible and off, it'll show you like the unsubdivided result on
Man.
page. So if it's turned off, it'll show you like the unsubdivided result around it. But then like
Okay, let's figure this out. Options, no. Render pass combined. Is that it? No. Theme object. Oh, wireframe. No. I need. What's happening? Edit. Why can't I see this? Does anybody know? Would anyone have like an inkling of why this is happening? Why would I not be able to see that? Is it this? Toggle X-ray? No. Wireframe. Whoa, that looks amazing. So he's on here. I would select the faces of the handle and reproject the UVs for those faces. The faces of the handle and reproject, like just that part, right? Yeah. I think that might be what he's about to do. But I'm saying, why can't I see the wires when I select something? That's my biggest issue right now. Yeah. Well, yes, but you see, he's not in wireframe, and his things are still showing. That's why I'm like, that's not fair. Object gizmos. Okay, no, that's not it. Empty camera. Active modifier. Is it this? No. Closest. Must be a viewport mode. Go to Google. I appreciate it. Is it view? Oh, maybe no. View, no. Object mode. Why can't I see my wires, man?
Parts of it get hidden.
Anybody, chat. Lend me your expertise. I need your assistance. Wireframe color. See, I knew that wasn't something that was affecting it. Background. Is it this? Viewport. Advance. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to see the wireframe. Like, you see how he can see the black lines on his coffee cup when he selects it? I can't see that. If I go to my material preview, same as his, exact same setup. When I click it, I don't see anything. Because then his next step, wow, my mug looks ugly compared to his. What happened? It's like deformed. Did I just do that just now? Okay, tell me how to fix it. Saying I know how to fix it. How do you fix it? Because then he goes to his modifier and he's gonna change something here. I don't know what he's even gonna on cage, which I still won't be able to see anything. So I don't know what if I did something that turned off the display of it. And it's not X-ray. I feel like it would have been an option over here. Let's see if my chat can Google better than me. I do have some pretty good Google skills. All right, I'm waiting, Minty. I'm waiting. Mints. Dang. All these menus, none of them helpful. Is it because of the renderer I'm on? No. Even these, nothing shows up. View layer. Is it in preferences? Viewport. Samples. Gizmos. Samples. Subdivision. Go to the top where there's a full colored circle and then non-colored circle. Click TR arrow. Click the arrow. Yeah, go to all these and then click the arrow. Boop. Viewport shading. Lighting. Render pass. Wireframe color. Compositor. Camera? Always? No. No, oh my gosh. You said the arrow. Is it this? Viewport. Oh, this one. Oh. You said the full colored and non-full colored. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Is it this? Geometry? No. Turn it on. Turn what on? Is it off? Oh, wait. Was it off? What does it say? Show overlays. Oh. And then you said then click wireframe? I don't know if I have wireframe option here. This? Oh! Whoa! Minty for the W! W mint. I didn't know my overlays were just off. And then this, wireframe, face orientation. W mints. Okay. So I guess you are useful. Joking. But thank you. Appreciate it. Now we look just like Papa. And he said to do this? No. What did he say to do?
By the mesh. So I usually turn it on just so that I can see it.
What's he talking about? See, I still don't see what he's seeing. What the heck was he seeing? Look.
To lay it flat.
Let's see.
And so the most obvious place you could think of if you're looking at doing this is like, I know for sure this handle has to be separated.
That's in edit mode? Okay, I'm in edit mode. Whoa. WW mints. One more W in your website. Holy. This girl knows Blender. That's great. Yeah, you know Blender. Like, you know Blender. Like, you know Blender for real. Do you know the Blender, man? Yes, you do. Yes, you can. You know Blender. Like, wow. Okay. Man, this app is confusing, bro. I don't ever want it, but I have to. I have to learn.
From the rest of it in order to start to lay it flat. By the way, before we start, it would probably help with your mug selected. In the modifiers, you've got this little box there that says on cage. So if it's turned off, it'll show you.
He doesn't even say that he's an edit. That's crazy.
You like the unsubdivided result around it, but then like parts of it get hidden by the mesh. So I usually turn it on just so that I can see it and like all the mesh is visible. It just makes UV unwrapping it a little bit easier. Okay.
Thank you. Turn that on. I can see everything. Perfect. Cool.
Okay, so the handle needs to be separated. So right here is an incision point, right? So I'm going to select these vertices here by holding down shift and just shift.
This is the part I hate so much. I don't want to have to do this for every model that I make. And look, his is way more neater than mine. Why is that? Why is mine so bad? Am I trash? Was mine trash? Click. 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 Mine's like choking the point. Okay, we got it. Next.
Selecting. Then I'm going to hit Control E and then select Mark Seam.
Okay. Control E. Mark Seam.
Now, Blender won't have updated yet, so this hasn't changed over here. So if in order to see that, we would first have to select the whole mesh, then go U and then select Unwrap. Or the method that I prefer to do. And
hold on. Select the whole mesh. U. Unwrap. Whoa!
I would suggest you do this too. In your 3D view over here, there's a little options drop down at the top there. If you click that and then select Live Unwrap, now whenever you do a seam, so let's just do another seam here, mark seam on the same spot, it will automatically do that UV unwrap for you.
Okay, I mean, that's cool. Option Live Unwrap. Well, I already made one. I'm not gonna mess with this. I'm already afraid. So next.
So that's really helpful. Now it looks worse. You have to go backwards before you can go forwards, but that's okay. So we've only got one incision. So let's do another one, the other half of the handle. So down here, I'm going to select.
Gotcha. Connect, and then Control E. Mark Seam. Whoa. Who'd want to drink out of this mug? This mug looks crazy. Imagine they made a mug like with a tree cut sideways. I'm kind of digging it.
Like these points, like so, and then hit Control E and then mark seam.
If his looked better as soon as he did that, I would be pretty mad.
Okay, so now it has changed. So we've got the handle here. Now, if you want to select just the handle, by the way, in the 3D viewport, if you just mouse over that part of the motion, the mesh, and then hit L, then in this little last use box here, if you select seam, it'll now just select the parts of the mesh that match that seam.
This is insane. L. Seam. Like, what the heck? How do you learn this in school even? How do they teach this in school? Can they?
By the way, I should also be in edge select mode. That would...
Ah, man. All right, I got you. L, C. L, C. Oh, clean.
definitely be helpful because we're placing seams on edges. But yeah, if I do that now, that selection, you can clearly see that this is the part of the mesh, which is this handle over here. So it's been separated, okay? So we've got like two parts of the mesh. We've got all of them, this part of the mug, which is this mess over here. And then we've got this handle here, which is this part over here. So this is like somewhat unwrapped. But again, if this was made of paper, to lay it flat, we would have to do another incision. So when I'm placing a incision like this, like I have to place an incision somewhere here, right? Like here, 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 or here. And because a seam generally makes a seam, like a visible line in a texture that will often not be like lined up,
So
that can look ugly, right? It's like, it's not a good look for a model. So often when you're placing a seam, you put it in a place that is hidden. So, I mean, it would be a really good spot if we had like a line right down the middle of the mug there, but next best thing, I'll place it just to the side there. So holding down Alt, select that edge. Now I'm going to hit Control E.
Really? You got to cut it that way too. Very interesting. It's like I'm making clothing or something. Right? Seams, clothing. Control E. Mark seam. Oh, this became flat over here. Can you see that? It became flat looking.
And then say seam. And now look at that. This now has been pretty well UV unwrapped. Okay? That section there. That's pretty good. So now we just have to do the same for the rest of the mug here. And this is pretty easy to do. So it's, I mean, you can tell like one place we would have to put a cut would be like the base of it, like right.
I think I got it. So it's got to be the bottom, the top, and then one along probably the back here, so that it can fold like it can go flat like a piece of paper. So I'm gonna go here, like he's about to do. I'm gonna grab all this. Yeah. And then we're gonna make that a seam. Right? And then we're gonna go up here and get this. And then make this a seam. Ooh, okay. And then we're gonna get this here. And connect it here. And down here, shoot. Yeah. And then we're gonna make that a seam. I think I did it. I'm telling you, I did it. I did it. I'm sure I did. Let's go.
Here, inside of our mug. So I'm going to hold down Alt just on this face at the bottom there, and I'm going to hit Control E, and I'm going to say seam, just to separate that single circle there out by itself. Now I need to put one cut that goes right down the right down like here, like this part of a mesh. Like I need to do a cut right there. But again, that can create like a visible like line. So I want to try to hide it by putting it on like close to this handle here. Because also there are other seams here, and it will just kind of help to just have it on one part of the mesh. Because like you could like move it and hide it by the camera and stuff like that. So it just helps to put it all in one place. So holding down Alt here, so Alt, click on that. So it goes all the way down to there. And then it kind of stops here on the handle there. So I'm going to select this line, just holding down Shift. And then I also want to do it right there. So holding down Alt on that. And now I'm going to hit Control E and then say Mark Seam. Okay, so now that's looking a lot more released, right? There's less tension in there, but there is still this like pinching effect happening at the bottom there. So just like in the middle there, when we selected that and separated it, I want to select this part of the mesh, which is underneath the mug, and I want to unwrap that. Oh, sorry, place a seam there. By the way, if you want to like, because we can't really get to that very
I thought it was the top. Man, I almost had it.
Very easily. If you want to just see an object by itself, you can hit /. So in object mode with the mug selected, /. And now everything has vanished. Now, Blender doesn't do a very good job of showing you that you have you're just looking at an isolated view, except for at the top there where it says local. So there's many times when I'm using Blender and I'm like, where's the rest of my scene? And then I remember, oh, that's right, I'm in isolated mode. And you only know because it says local there. So you just have to remember, if like you ever get to that point of like, where is everything? What? Just / and it'll bring it back. Okay, so / there we go. And by the way, if you don't have a / key, you can go to view and then go local view, toggle local view like that. All right, so now that I've done that, I can get underneath my mug, edit mode, and I'll select this, say Control E, and then I'm going to say mark seam. Okay, so now when we look at this,
Man, I was so close.
you can see we have.
Why did the top not need one? I'm mad. Okay, wait, hold on. Where did all my stuff go? We'll take this out. And take this out. So he just did this seam, which I correctly guessed would be the next one. This is a seam. Excuse me. Then he went underneath and took this and made that a seam. That didn't change anything. Oh, I think I pressed the wrong button. Mark seam. There it is. Okay. Now it has changed my seams. My seams are better now. Or my seams are the same as his. I don't get though why the top doesn't need a seam. But whatever it is, c'est la vie. How do I go back? Okay.
Pretty well successfully UV unwrap this, okay? Because these points are now they've been flattened out. Now there's some stretching. There's always going to be some stretching, but as long as it is not like obvious, it's generally okay. But now what I want to do is I want to load in the actual texture that's being viewed here, so I can see where this like line is being viewed on the mug there. So from the drop down here, I'm going to select that base color, this little ceramic mug here, which by the way was actually scanned from a real mug that we bought and then scanned around it. So this actually matches like what you'd find in a store. So it's loaded in there, and now with this island, which I can select by hitting L like that, I can now, hitting R, I can start to rotate and move it around like this. Okay, so I'm going to place this, let's go, I'm just kind of guessing, but that is, yeah, that's the bottom of my mesh. If you don't know, like you can go into like face select mode and just like select a few faces and you can see them like update over there like that, which is cool.
Is his thing connected?
Inside / and now so it's loaded in there, and now with this island, which I can select by hitting L like that, I can now, hitting R, I can start to rotate.
No, this thing's not connected. What? What did I do wrong? What is this that's connected? I can't even. What is connected? No, nothing's. Things are just moving with it. Oh, do I have the soft? I have proportional editing. There we go. Move your file around. No, I know what I did wrong. I had like the smooth going on. So it was anything that was near it was also changing. So now he rotated it. And then he moved it or something. Did he scale it?
And move it around like this. Okay, so I'm going to place this. Let's go. I'm just kind of guessing, but that is, yeah, that's the bottom of my mesh. If you don't know, like you can go into like face select mode and just like select a few faces and you can see them like update over there like that, which is cool. But yeah, so that's the bottom of the mug, which is good. And let's get that like, you know, try and get a straight line there. Okay. And you can see we can't, right? We've got the line like going up here, and then we've got another line coming down here. And obviously we want these to meet, but how can we do that, right? Because the lines are doing that because this part of the mesh is all the way over here. And then the other part of the mesh is like, yeah, much higher up, right? So we essentially, in order to get this to line up, we need to make this island here look straight, basically like almost like what it was before when it was the default cylinder view. Now, there are some tools in Blender that let you like quickly align like one line, right? So if I selected this line here, I could right click and then I could say align auto, and you can see it would give me a pretty straight line for that one there. The problem is that it just does that one line. If I wanted to do all of it, I would have to do these like one by one like this. So Blender really needs a tool that would like let this happen like easily across an entire island. And although Blender doesn't have this tool, there is a free extension, and it's a great excuse to talk about extensions in Blender and how to install them. But yeah, there's a free one and it's amazing. And so I'm going to show you how to get it. So go to Edit, then Preferences, then go Get Extensions. And with a fresh install, it'll first ask you, do you want to let Blender read the internet? Because it's not going to do that without your permission. So say allow online access. And by the way, you can change that in the future if you want inside of System, allow online access. Anyways, now that you're here, in the top right-hand corner of the Get Extensions, there's a little unassuming drop-down. Then click on Visit Extensions Platform. You can also find it by just going to extensions.blender.org. Anyways, so these are all extensions that are, they're not made by Blender, so they're not like official, but they are all free. So they all have to meet the criteria of free. I believe there's some other things in there, like it has to, I don't know, probably like safety checks and things like that. But these just like expand the capabilities of Blender by the community. So the one that we're looking for is actually this one here, Moi 3 UV, which you could find by just, I think, typing in UV. Weirdly, when I was typing in Moi 3, oh no, that's right. Oh, it's Mio. Oh, that's why I wasn't finding it. It's Mio 3. Okay, there you go. I thought Blender's search was so bad, but it was just Mio 3, not Moi. All right. Mio 3 UV. Okay.
Ooh.
So this is the extension. Now you might think like I have to download something, unzip it, and do that. No, it's actually really simple. So all you do is you grab your browser like this, just like separate it to make it like a half window like this. Then all you're going to do is you're going to, in the bottom corner of this little window here where it says Get Add-on, you're going to click that. And then you get this like little outline box there. And see how your cursor changes to this little like crosshair thing? You just click and drag out from that and then drop it into Blender. And it'll now say, do you want to install it? And you say, yes, I do. And then that's it. You can see at the bottom there, it says installed Mio3_UV. And now in our UV editor over here in this window, if I hit N to bring up properties, you can see I've got a little option here that says Mio3. And look, we've got a bunch of options that I honestly have not played with, most of them. Most of the ones I'm looking for are right at the top here. So the one that I use all the time is Gridify. Okay, and look what happens as I click this. Dun-dun!
All of it? Whoa.
It does what we're looking for. It converted that from this like stretched like kind of view to making it look actually squarish and like a grid. And that is perfect. And now you can see that line there across the ceramic is lining up across it. So that is absolutely perfect. I have no complaints. It is, it's worked perfectly well. I do though just want to apply it to this part of the handle as well, because the same thing would apply to that. Make sure I do it in face select mode. So I'll hit L. So I'm just selecting the handle by itself. And then here with it, or you can also just do it on the island itself there like that. And then go to Mio again, and I'm looking for Gridify. Okay, and there we go. Great. Now, you can position these however you want. So you can select an island by hitting L, and then you can like find a different portion of it. By the way, if you don't want to see the, like, because you can't really see the texture under it very well, sometimes I just disable the overlay at the top of the screen there. That will...
The thing that I messed up with in the beginning. He just casually wants to do that now. He just wants to, you know, disable the overlays. The thing that this guy, this idiot guy, JW, did all on his own, idiotically, by himself, by accident. Oop, no more overlays. Now let's work on this mug. So, if I move it around. Interesting. Can I scale it? I can scale it. This is very interesting. And then select and move. He was right. This was gonna be the most complex part. I want this to be same height as that. Look at this. This is cool. There we go. Who wants this mug now? The mug looks cool now. What else does he have?
We'll just like disable all the overlays so you can't see anything on the mesh there at all. So you just have to remember that it's doing that. But when I've got that, now I can like move things around and I can see them visualized on the actual mesh there, which is helpful. So if I wanted it to be like a larger looking texture, I could make it smaller, right? That's a kind of a look. Or I could make it bigger, and I'll probably make it like somewhere in between. About there, I think, actually looks kind of good. Actually, yeah, basically filling the space like that from like left to right, which is nice. And then for the handle, I need to also resize that. So I'm going to select this part of the handle. And by the way, you'll notice as you slide it off the screen there, it doesn't matter where it is because it's just going to be tiled, okay? So that texture is just tiling all the way to the left and to the right and above it. So yeah, so I can position this wherever I want, like so. Now you can see here, this little empty patch here, right? This is one part of the handle cut, right? It's that section. And then this section here would be this right here. So if you actually wanted to line it up to be perfect and also get the texture, it's called like matching the texel density across the islands. But yeah, you could like scale this down to be like roughly the same portion, like the same part of the mesh if you want to. There's still like there's extra stretching and stuff in there. The other thing I sometimes do is like I look at the size of a square like this, and then I go like, what is the size of the square over here? And it's like, all right, that's pretty close, but I can see it needs to be stretched like further this way, right? Because this is more rectangular than this. This is more kind of squarish. So I'm going to select this whole island and I can hit S and then Y, like so. So till they're kind of the same size like that. And then just to make them fit, I would scale that down again. And there you go. And now I'm just going to move that up a little bit just so that this part here of my texture, I want it to kind of line up there. I don't even know actually if this is physically possible. Maybe somebody who works in pottery will tell me, but like, see how it looks like it's kind of like dipped in something? I don't even know if that's like something that is like painted or like branded or something. Like, can it go halfway up the handle as well? I'm assuming it is. Maybe I thought it was like dipped in something, but that could be like, this could be a completely implausible mug is all I'm saying. But that's how it is in 3D. Like, you have artists that have like never done engineering before and they design a robot and they're like, and everyone's like, yeah, that looks cool. And then like all the people in engineering are like, you know, that's never gonna fly, you know. But that's fine. It's part of the fun of it. Okay, now there's a lot of stretching going on right here, and that's because this Gridify thing, as good as it is, you can see that this part, right, it's really like shrunk it in there and it's made it a really thin line. So all I'm gonna do.
Do I have that? No. I have other. I do. Oh man. Oh. I have a lot of stretching. Where's my overlays? I think it's Shift Alt Z. There we go. I'm learning. Yeah, look at this. This whole part here is a mess. How do I see faces? Like, what kind of shape is this? Man, why does mine look so simple? He made another square so that this pinching wouldn't happen. I skipped this step or something. Mine is all pinched.
Is I'm going to go into edge select mode by hitting 2. And I'm going to select that edge. Oh, okay, I can't select that edge very well. I'll just shift select them one by one like that. And then I'm just going to pull it up just to add more detail there, like so. And I think it is also like stretched a little bit because it's kind of like wrapped around it and it's kind of like peeling outwards a little bit. I think it works a little bit better if you also scale that part out a little more. So I'm just scaling out that line. And you can see that has now blended in pretty seamlessly. Like that's about, I mean, it's a little messy there, but it's about as good as it would get on that. That's pretty good. And then I'll just do the same for the bottom part here. So I'll select these edges.
Well, it can't be helped.
Actually, no, I'll do it over here. And you can see you get both parts of it, right? Because that line there exists across 2 islands, right? This island and then this island here. So anyways, I'll select this in the editor here. And then I'm going to pull it down to give me more data. And then I'm going to scale it out a little bit as well. And look at that. That's pretty good. We've got a pretty seamless looking result. I mean, and honestly, that's about as good as it gets. And by the way, I should have said, like, it doesn't actually matter that the UV islands are overlapping here. But it does matter if you were to be painting onto this. And the reason that makes a difference is, like, you can imagine if you were doing a paintbrush and you had painted parts of the mesh here and like one part was for the handle and this part was for that. If you had islands that were overlapping each other, then you would have like different parts of the painting like appearing twice across it. So there's kind of like 2 styles to UV unwrapping. This is the simplest one, which is just like if you've got an image that you've got off the internet or a texture or whatever that's just being tiled across it, or even not tiled, like it doesn't matter if things are overlapping because, you know, the texture is different enough, your eye's not going to spot it. But if it's painted, yes, they do have to be separate parts. And another thing as well, if you're UV unwrapping for a game asset, it's even more complex because all the islands have to be separated, but there's also like margin because like in games you develop like multiple versions of a mesh at different resolutions. Then there's different texture resolutions. So you have to create like big margins and it gets all like complicated. It's like a completely separate thing. So if you wanted to texture for games, you should probably look at like game texturing type tutorials if you really wanted to go into that. But anyways, the rest of it is fine. Like that part of it, all this like stretching in here, if you wanted to fix that, you could. It doesn't matter because we're going to put some like coffee foam along the top there. The base of it doesn't matter because we're not going to see it. So yeah. But that's also the thing to consider is like, you know, when people are like on Twitter and they're like, look at this model, look how terrible it is. It's like, yeah, it might be for a purpose like this. It's designed to be viewed from above and that's all it needs to do. Like if you've like pulled it apart and it's like, how terrible does it look? It's like, yeah, the camera was never going to go in there or under there. So that's why it doesn't matter. Anyways. All right. So the mug is pretty good. The only thing I'll do is I'm going to go to my material over here. Actually, oh, sorry, I'll go to my shading tab at the top there so that I can access the nodes here. And I'll just make a few tweaks to it. Just like before, when I mentioned these maps here, like this is going to give you the physically accurate data from the actual ceramic that we scanned, right? And it's like color calibrated and everything like that. But sometimes you want artistic control and I want this to look shinier. This is a little dull for me. So I'm going to disconnect my roughness here.
What the heck? Do I even have rough? Oh, I do. Okay. I forgot how to disconnect it. Shift? Control? C. No. Dang. Oh, no. No operation. I think I just messed up my whole thing. Why? Oh, cancel. Escape. Okay. How did he disconnect his thing?
And then I'm just going to play with this slider.
Can I just lift it? Okay, good. Cool. Whoa. Let's give it this kind of shine. I think this is a good amount.
Like so. So I've still got the bump. So like most of the detail that I want is still there, but like I don't need to look as dull as it was. So that is pretty good. I also don't need the metallic shader. Like that's just superfluous. There's another one here, ORM. Oh, sorry, not ORM. ambient occlusion, or AO. This is another one which is completely unnecessary. It's just for like crevices of information, but this is like flat ceramic, so there's no crevices. We have to provide it like standardized for all of our materials, so they're all uniform, but a lot of materials just don't need it. So in a case like this, I just don't want the AO, like this map here. So I could just like disconnect that. Or actually, if you want to delete something like this and you want it to retain its connection, rather than just deleting it, because then you have to manually connect it, if you hit Control X, it will delete it and retain its connection. So that's just a little tip there for you. Okay, great. So now let's go back to my layout mode over here. Let's have a look at it with our lighting.
Finally.
And that is pretty good. Now, the only thing I will change, though, looking at this, is this concrete is mighty pale. It doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very luxurious, like a cafe, like a highfalutin. Ooh, look at me! I'm paying $9 for a coffee. Aren't I fancy? Doesn't look like that, right? It looks like dusty, like a workman floor. So we can adjust this by going to the shade tab. So this is a great excuse to go a little into the nodes. Right, so this is the one that we actually manually set up. So it's, you know, it's pretty clean. We just got a base color and we've got a normal map, right? But between here and
What's he talking about? We did not set this up. We literally did the whole shebang for this. What do you mean this is the easiest one we set up? No, we did not. You liar.
and here where it connects, we can adjust the color of this. And I'm going to show you how simple you can completely transform.
He told us to do the. I'm confused.
The look of a texture. So if I hit Shift A or just go to Add at the top there, then go to Color, and there's a bunch of different color options like brightness and contrast. I wouldn't use that. That's like what is brightness, what is contrast? There's a whole like color debate and things. Color ramp can be useful if you just want to like convert something to like your own set of colors. Hue saturation value, we use that. The one I'm looking for though is RGB curves. So if I drop this in here, this will give me, if you're familiar with RGB curves from like Photoshop or DaVinci or anything like that, this will give, what I'm looking for though is RGB curves. So if I drop this in here.
In between what? Why do we have all this extra stuff? Okay. So let's move this. And it's between, I think that's the base color. Okay. Whoa, whoa, where is my HD? Why was I watching that at 720? Base color, normal, and roughness. Okay. So let's take out some stuff. Delete that. Take that out. Put this here. We don't need the rest of these, but it's just too complex to adjust. I don't like nodes, shader nodes. It's just a little too complex for me. Okay, looking at the ground. Continue, teach.
This will give me, if you're familiar with RGB curves from like Photoshop or DaVinci or anything like that, this will let you do like an S-log kind of curve. So essentially, this data at the bottom here, this is your dark tones. This would be your mid-tones, this would be your highlights, and this is like your clipped like highlights at the top there. But you can see if I make this look like a ramp like this, it starts to look more contrasted, right? And I pull it all the way down, I can like really transform this and make it look really contrasted. And look at how different that looks already, right? From just this one little thing, you wouldn't imagine you could convert it like this, but that's a simple thing and it's already looking good. And then I want to bring out some of the whites as well. So I can just add at the top here, just a little curve that goes the other way. So it kind of exaggerates some of those whites, okay? Great, that's pretty good. But now the other thing is like, because I've like crunched it and made it a little more contrasty, it's also brought out some of the colors, which are looking a little like yellowy green, which is a little unappealing. Kind of like this table would be like a little moldy, not great. So instead, to improve it, I can add another node. As I mentioned, I use this one a lot, hue saturation value. So if I drop this in and I drop it in here, You could also put it before the curves or after, doesn't really matter. And then I just want to drop the saturation here and watch this. Watch how completely transformed this becomes. Woohoo, look at that. Doesn't that look nice? I think it looks nice. It's like, and you can turn off these nodes, by the way, like temporarily. If you want to mute something, it's M for mute. And you can select that and mute it. So this is what we started with. And then just with 2 nodes, we converted this pale looking concrete into this, which is crazy. Pretty cool. Anyways, so that's nice. And then, you know, you can obviously play with the roughness and stuff, and we'll get to that when we go to the lighting a little bit more. But that is looking good. Oh, the other thing, of course, we need to add is our coffee foam. And this one is super easy, and it's another chance to talk about another type of texture, which you can find on sites like Polygon. But we need to add coffee foam to.
Hold on, man. Mine is not looking like what he's doing. Again. This dude's a liar. Okay, we have that. And that's the saturation that makes it look ugly. So you take that away. And then it looks like a space rock. It looks like the moon, I guess, if that's what he likes. Sure. Let's go with that.
To this. And to do that, we need to start with an object that is going to obviously fill the top of this. And obviously, you know, we could go in here and we could like add in a circle and do that kind of thing. But it's also smart to think about like, how can I save time by reusing part of my mesh that I already have? So I already know the exact size that the foam to fit my mug, because I already have a mug here with a circle in it, right? Look at this line. That is a circle. Okay. If I could just take that and make it a new object, I can use it. So to do that, I can select that line and then hit.
Hold on. Okay.
Hit Shift D.
What?
Right? I've got my circle now. Then I want to hit Escape. Okay. So it's now just brought it back to where it was. And now I'm going to hit P. P is how you separate something to a new object. So you're separating part of the mesh. So now I'm going to hit Selection like that. And now if I go over to my outliner here, we should see 2 mugs. So this is my original mug, and then this is my mug.001. Okay. So I'm going to call this my foam like that. And now I'm going to go into edit mode. Let's put it in edit mode.
He's speeding.
All right. And I'll turn off the that little view there so that I can just see. Where is it? Hold on a second. Huh? All right. Okay. So you have to go into wireframe mode in order to see it there. But yeah, that is my my circle. And actually, yeah, I should just be in my layout mode, shouldn't I? Not in shading. I should be in layout. So I'm going to go here. Let's do the same thing. Wireframe mode. Okay. So this circle obviously isn't being rendered because there's no face on it. So if I go into here, into wireframe, I need to create a face on that. And I can do that by hitting F. Okay.
What?
So I've now got a face and it's completely flat.
Stop. There's the edit mode for this? Dang, you made me lose it. Edit mode, F. F. Edit mode, all F. There we go. He's not telling us these different things to do.
Flat across it. And this is okay. And this would, you know, it'd work for most things. But there is a small detail that you notice when you look at like if you've got coffee on your desk right now, if you have a look at it, where the coffee, like where the water meets the actual edge there, there's like surface tension and it actually rises up against the edge there. And you might think that is like a negligible detail, but that line there always catches light. And when it's missing, the eye goes like, that looks fake. So it's a very small thing, but we can add that line in here very simply.
How?
So in edit mode, going back in wireframe mode, so with our solid face here, I can create an inset. Okay, have we talked about insets? I'm trying to think. Yes, yeah, we did a little we've done some insets. Okay, but yeah, you hit I, okay, to do an inset. And that's just like creating a line like that goes all the way.
Okay, what's going on? Mine is a circle, his is an octagon. Chat, we did something wrong again. Okay, let's take this back. Okay, So we're back here. How come his has less geometry than mine? I didn't, did he, in the modifiers? Okay, let's take it out of that. Let's see. And then if I get one of these, this is on the outside, that's not good. If I get one of these, okay. This is looking promising. Excuse me. Yeah, because this is circular and this is not. So, okay, I'll do it this way. It doesn't look like he's doing that, but whatever. We're going to shift D, escape, P, selection, home. And then we're going to select it again. And click Alt, no? So like this. What happened? Why are there two foams? Oh, I named both of them. Okay. I'll name this one foam. No. There's already foam. Okay, delete that. I'll call this one foam. Okay. Object mode. Foam. Okay, and then inset. Yes, this is better now. I don't know what I did different, but it's better now. Now it looks like his.
Around that one single face there. And now I can put it like, yeah, let's go right there. And then
What does that mean? Yeah, let's go right there. Okay.
Right underneath it, I'm just going to, right here. I'm going to hit G and then Z to bring it down.
G and then Z. Hold on, brother. Why is it moving this way? Okay, let's move close. Let's move really close so that we don't move so much. G, Z. Is there a reason why it's doing all this? How many faces are in here?
Like so. And then...
Wait, let me see it in wireframe. Okay, in wireframe, I am doing the same thing. X-ray, get off. And then G, Z.
Well, I would have gone to a different school.
What did I do? G.
But again, it's not even about
Like, why? What is this?
if you're
I'm so certain he's doing extra stuff that he's not telling us. Like, I'm sure his modifier thing is closed so that his looks different. That has to be the way. He has to be doing that.
And now let's have a look at it in solid view mode. And look at that. So I've now got it and it's pretty good. I might just do another inset because it's got this like crimped kind of effect there. So I'm going to hit I just so that it's not so noticeable on that port.
Now his starts to look like mine. All right, buddy. It's too late. It's too late for all that. Edit mode 3. Did I select the face? And then inset again. Cool.
Portion. Okay, nice. And now all I need to do is right click it and say shade smooth. So now I've got a little raised edge to it. Excellent. By the way, quick little opportunity to talk about something. Like, it's kind of hard to see that raised edge there. It is there, but it's just like the lighting doesn't really make it visible. So sometimes when you're modeling, it can be helpful to change the way things are displayed here. So there's a really powerful tool in the top right-hand corner. The default lighting is studio. If you go to matte cap and then click this ball here, you've got all these options which can show you different views. It's actually how I create some of my 3D, my YouTube thumbnails, because some of these look really beautiful. But like you can see, that's so much more useful for seeing what that edge actually looks like there on that. And there's some like this, which are designed to like show you where there is like artifacting on your mesh, because it'll reveal problems with the mesh that you otherwise might not have seen. And these are new in Blender 5.0. They redid the matte caps, I should say. But anyways, it's cool. It's nice to have, but we don't really need it. Okay, so to give it a coffee foam texture, I'm going to hit N to bring up my properties over here, and then I'm going to download my coffee foam atlas text.
Coffee foam atlas texture, 4K again.
So let's hit download, and then with it selected, I'm going to hit apply. And if I go into rendered view mode, it should look like that. Let's go to the UV editor, okay, because I don't think it's been UV unwrapped. Nope, it has not been UV unwrapped. And then I'm going to go into top view mode by hitting 7, and then I'm just going to say U and then go unwrap angle based, like that. Now I want to.
Jeez, man, chill. Wait, hold on. 7, select U. Wait. Oh, edit. L. U. Unwrapped angle.
See this on my coffee atlas, because this is a special texture and it's called an atlas texture. I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so it looks like this. And this is a bunch of different coffee foams that you get to choose from. And so in edit mode, with this UV select.
I think I did something wrong again. I clicked the foam. How come I don't see the image for the foam? Why is it still showing me ceramic? See, he did something different. I feel like you can't actually follow this. You have to watch it fully first. Because what is this man doing?
Look like that. Let's go to the UV editor, okay? Because I don't think it's been UV unwrapped. Nope, it has not been UV unwrapped. And then I'm going to go into top view mode by hitting 7. And then I'm just going to say U and then go unwrap angle based, like that. Now, I want to see this on my coffee atlas, because this is a special texture.
He scrolled all the way down. Coffee atlas. This just says base color. Is there a different one I should be seeing? No? Okay. Base color. Okay. Let's just move on.
And it's called an atlas texture. I'll show you what it looks like. Okay,
You
so
got
it looks
the
like
2K
this.
version.
And this is a bunch of different coffee foams that you get to choose from. And so in edit mode, with this UV selection here, I need to scale this down over the coffee foams.
Object. Edit. L. Scale. Okay. I choose this one. The bubbly one.
And then I just move them around to the one that I want. Like, what sort of coffee foam do you want on your mug? Right? Like some bubbles. Funny story with the coffee foam. Like, the annoying thing about having like an asset company is every subject it's like trying to reinvent the wheel. Because like, how do you create a texture for coffee foam? because you could photograph it, but then how do you get the detail of like the bubbles, right? Because like bubbles, you can't get the shape of those bubbles. Like, so we used like Substance first. Like we hired somebody to make some very expensive Substance materials. I can't remember what we paid, $2,000 or something like that. But then there are some things which are just like really hard to do procedurally with Substance. Substance, if you don't know, it's like a completely separate texturing software. It's very complicated, all node-based. But we got somebody like super skilled, and it's just really hard to get the detail of bubbles here. And then we had a guy on our team who was like on Saturday, he's like, look, I don't know if this is going to work, but I took some photographs of some coffee, and then I took it into Substance Painter and I manually placed the bubbles so that they all have the exact like shape of the detail, and it worked. And it was like, sometimes the cheap and easy, I mean, it was, you know, it still took him a day to do it, but like it actually works. But yeah, it's kind of like we just have to guess what's actually going to work for it, and just kind of wing it. But anyways, you can pick whichever one you want. I can't even remember which one I used for the, oh yeah, it was that one at the top. That was what I used in the animation. But I'll let you choose, because you've got 9 choices to choose from. Some of them frothy, espresso looking, but that was the one that I went with. Now, if you go to render it, you might find, I'm not actually seeing it on this one. First time I brought it in, there was in the shading tab, because it treats this as like alpha. Yeah, so I thought it treated that as like alpha. We don't really need that alpha. Like alpha will make something like transparent.
Well, I have that. I have a giant opening right here. If I go to rendered. Ooh, that's looking pretty good, Chad. What do you think? Control and Shift Alt C. What do you think? That looks pretty coffee-like, huh? Look at that. Yeah. It kind of looks weird, though. It doesn't really look like it's real. But, it looks like coffee. Next.
But there's nothing transparent on this. So if you see any like see-through stuff or whatever, you might just have to disconnect that. I mean,
let's see is the thing even connected? Shading. Alpha is connected. Opacity. Yeah, let's just take that out. Yoink. Cool. Save.
Metallic. I do need the roughness, the base.
We have metallic on here too. Boop.
And the normal, so I'm going to keep those. And I also don't need my AO, so I'm going to Control X on that.
Jeez, man.
And there we go. So that was the very basics of UV unwrapping. If you want to go further and learn how to UV unwrap something a lot more detailed with hard, flat surfaces, placing the cuts in the right spots to avoid stretching, as well as how to UV unwrap something smooth and organic, and then texture it using procedural textures, painted textures. That's all covered in my course called the Beginners Academy, which I designed for people who have finished this tutorial and want to go further. So if you're interested in that, the link for that is beneath this video. Otherwise, let's continue on with finalizing our donut scene. Yes. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use the new Scatter on Surfaces modifier that was introduced in Blender 5.0 to add some lovely sprinkles to our donuts.
This is the Mesh
Network. But first, we need to model those sprinkles because you can't scatter nothing.
If you guys don't know, oh man, I love the Mesh Network in Marvel. Marvel, what the heck? I'm so stuck on Marvel Rivals. But on Adobe, on Autodesk Maya, I use the Mesh Network to make this little creation here, where I just made one cube, and then I took a model of a horse and I scattered the cube along the horse. Wow, you haven't seen this. It's my portfolio. Excuse me. Exclamation mark portfolio. And you can see that it's in my passion projects. I also made one for the alligator. Alligator one's pretty cool too. I was gonna make this a whole series and then I just gave up. I don't have the Mesh Network anymore because I don't have a portfolio because I don't have Maya anymore. Man, I used Maya for like 6 or 7 years. Just off the strength of my student ID, you can get it for free for that. And so I use the Mesh Network for that. I use the Mesh Network for a couple things. Tried doing simulations. What else did I do with it? I think this was not Mesh Network. What else was Mesh Network? I had a couple other stuff. It wasn't just these two. I made the sound design too. Let me see. Maybe on my work side, did I use Mesh? Oh yeah, this was Mesh too. This is when I wasn't using it abstractly. I was using it for an actual project. I used Mesh to control all. Well, first of all, I'm so excited about this project. I used Mesh to create this world because it's a grid, the Geek Forest world. I mean the Minecraft world. So I used Mesh to lay out all my Minecraft blocks, and then I did the same Mesh network. Well, I froze it at the top layer. Then I froze it as the opposite, so it can be the bottom layer, because the bottom of the dirt looks like the a dirt block. And then I think I made another smaller Mesh network, and I didn't like erase. I did something else. I did the man. I want to go back to Maya just for Mesh. I did the strength node or something where I would remove it wherever my bounding box was.
Hi.
So I removed these. Yo, what's up, Carrie? And then I added this, and then I control the rest of these with Mesh. Mesh, man. When Mesh came out, I was just so excited. Yeah, if you can see him here, fake tree, cubes. Man, I don't have a photo of the Mesh network. Crazy. Have you done stuff with Mesh? I thought you were just a sculptor. This was Mesh. Any simulation has Mesh for me. This is a Mesh network thing. Do I have a photo of the Mesh network? I don't think I do. No. Dang, I used it for work a lot. Nothing else here was Mesh. Chad, look at this. I don't even remember that I did these. I did some pretty cool graphic design sometimes. This guy, I drew this. Or not drew this, but I created this. You know how crazy this is? I can't even imagine doing that right now. I started with this. Then I made that 3D and reflective in Maya. Then I added some extra stuff. Gave them a noise texture. Then I made them translucent. Then I added a glow. And then in paint.net, I added the rest of the stuff with the chevrons and the action lines. This looks crazy. Oh my goodness. I did a few Maya classes in college. I did a couple CGMA classes. Hey, you definitely went further than Maya. What? Bro, you're sculpt. What are you talking about? But now, I think I tell this story all the time. When I got into my first Maya class, they were trying to teach us how to use the UI. But I was like, teach me how to render. Teach me how to render. I need to go to render. I need to render. And as soon as we learned a couple of blocks, and she was like, take a screenshot and that's your assignment. I was like, forget this. I went on Google and learned how to make my first render image. So the first assignment, I just gave a full rendered with lighting scene, and everyone's like, what? We're just supposed to present the viewport. You made a whole render. And then yeah, I just jumped way ahead because I liked rendering so much. I wanted to make a final image. I didn't care if it was primitive shapes. And thus is why I don't know how to model. I just know how to quickly make a pretty shape, a pretty photo. But it's a lot of primitive stuff. But we do have that pretty photo, like this here. Is this the whole video?
that bitch, but now I'm mad about that. I was sorry about that bitch, but now I'm mad about that. Bitch, I'm mad about that. This bitch mistake me for a broke. Bitch, I'm mad about that.
This is an interesting project for Accurates. I think he's live. No, he's not live right now, but he was live earlier. I like this image so much. Again, my very crude little modeling. I just got a hand with sweaters from the Maya content, whatever. Then I added my lights. I added these fake guns, and then I took it to paint.net to add the rest of the stuff. I made his logo into 3D. I like making pretty pictures, but now I want to model so I can make those pretty pictures even better. This was an interesting project too. This was a commission. He wanted his... Where's his original? I don't know where his original is, but he wanted his image to have his logo behind it. So the logo wasn't initially behind it. I should have taken the beginning part, but I scanned his image and then I took this I cut out the background and I replicated the lighting. So that's why you see sometimes it's red on the bottom, white on the bottom, and I flipped it, gave him options, but I switched out his whole thing. Man, I don't even know how to explain it. I need the original. His original didn't have his logo there at all. Sam, I mean, that one's very simple. He had two, Sam and Sam. This one I'm not really proud of. It's very simple. It's just, he wanted this, and so I gave him that. These were pretty cool in the way that I created these. This is more After Effects projects, taking the character from the game to add to there, so it can be his YouTube intro and YouTube outro. I don't know if he actually used it. This one was very interesting. It started off with this, where it would shoot it and it would bounce off the ground. And then I thought, let's shoot it so it just goes to the side. And then I thought, make it bigger and goes to the side. And the really cool part of these were the floors. The floors, all After Effects, which was interesting. I had to reflect it. I had to make the floor rusty so it's a mirrored texture. And it was just an interesting project. Did this all on a laptop. Brawl Stars, yeah, that was his game. That was what YouTube content he made. So I made 2 of these for him. I think this one's my favorite of the others. It's boom. And then that other one is like, it's just a freeze. Everything's wiggling, then it freezes. They're cool though. If he had hit me back up, maybe make like a couple more with the other characters, that would have been interesting. But it's like he's asking for this. I don't have these characters, and I definitely wasn't good enough to do some Blender. Wait, can we even get Brawl Stars Blender model? We probably can. There probably is Brawl Stars Blender. Okay, I guess we can't. What do you mean, too many requests? This is my first time. Did you even look? Models deleted. Never mind. But back then, it was possible, and I just didn't know how to use Blender. So, anyways, like I was saying, Mesh Network. I think that's what he's about to teach us, the Mesh Network in Blender. So I'm very excited for that.
And I want to add my sprinkle on top of my donut or close to it, just so that I can see relatively the size of it is correct for the donut.
So this coffee is done? I mean, I guess. All right. Shifting gears to making the mint sprinkles. I promised mint, because we didn't make it a mint chocolate icing donut. So what we're gonna do instead is have mint sprinkles.
And so how can you do that? How can you add an object and place it somewhere in the same motion? And you can do that by moving the 3D cursor, which is this little guy down here. And sometimes it's in a weird place and you're like, why did it end up there and how can I move it? So you can move it by holding down Shift and then right mouse dragging. and then that'll place it on the surface
Bye, I am
underneath
going to play some
your
Fortnite.
mouse.
Goodbye, man. I hope you win your Fortnite matches, fam. I hope you win your Fortnite matches.
So yeah, it's placed it right there. I might actually move it up a little bit, just kind of, yeah, just about there. Yeah, so I want to see it just above my donut. All right, so now.
Are you going to play build or no build? No, I lost my spot. What the heck?
For this.
All I did was skip 5 seconds.
Like round. Now, we need to add a new object, and that is going to be a cylinder, of course. So add mesh and then cylinder. You could also use...
Nice. Let's go. Build is the only way to play. It's the only way to play. Oh, that's huge.
A sphere if you wanted to, if you want to get like round sprinkles. I'm not a fan of those. They're too crunchy and just like, I don't know. I always like the long ones. So we're going with the long sprinkle with the cylinder. And just like before, we're going to go in the last use settings here. I'm going to change my radius to the smallest because, I mean, hey, we're making a sprinkle. And yeah, let's start there. So it probably should be a little bit bigger than that. So obviously, if you just like click and drag on this, it's just way too sudden movement. But holding shift, might remember I mentioned that, that'll use like smaller increments. So I think that's pretty good. And then I'll just...
What numbers are you using, good sir? 003.
Increase.
0, 003, 01. Hold on.
Increase the depth of this to make it a little bit longer.
021. What? Oh, 0021. Cool. Why is mine like really big? Why are we always in separate, like 3200? Yeah, why does this keep changing? 003. Okay, we're good.
You know, something like that. It's just a starting block before we actually start editing it. The main one, though, is the vertices. So I want to add like a really... oh, gosh, I hit the wrong button on my Zoom It tool and I flew in there. But all right, we can work with this. I want to add a rounded corner.
Before I was going to leave, I heard my being connected to my phone.
What? You heard that you're connected to your phone? What do you mean? I mean, your discovery before I was going to leave, I heard me being connected to my phone. Is this a new language you're trying out? You're trying out a new language? That's impressive. Okay. Some type of Latin?
Thing that used to talk on Fortnite.
Oh, your voice chat was being connected to your phone? Your microphone? What?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Anyways, I hope you win your fights.
A sprinkle there. So we're going to be using a subsurf modifier. And if we were to add it on a mesh with 32 vertices, every level of subdiv would like double that. So it'd go 64 and then...
P3DM RU has some RIP game models. I downloaded some models from there to rig up for friends for VR games. Really? P3DM Rush? It's a Russian site? Man, I opened up a different app. P3 RG safe. Is it safe? Why is that the first thing that pops up? Have you ever downloaded a file in P3DM? Safe. Save 3D models. Pack 3D models. You said it's downloaded RIP. Oh, game RIP? It's straight from the games? Do they have marble rifles? Do they have my babies? Wait, what? Why isn't the search searching? Ah, okay. Mario. Ah, why isn't it searching? Am I doing it wrong? Am I not allowed to search? Do they know who I am? Do they know I'm from America? Popular files. Claire. For right holders. All models are published by users responsible for the... Oh, dang. They're holding no liability. No Marvel Rivals from what I can find. Okay. What's another game? Saints Row. Wait, but I can't even click search on anything. I mean, wait. Oh, Saints Row. Amazing. Okay. Genki. Okay. Kenzie Kensington. I remember some of these characters. I can't click it. Oh, it's just going to take a long time because it's going all the way to Russia. Is that what it is? Click the name. Oh, I was just in the wrong spot. I see. Genki. This is from what year? This is the low poly. Okay. And you just download it and then it just is. That's just it? The file's too old. The link might be dead. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it downloaded. It says .7z. There's the object. How do I bring something in that has all the stuff attached to it? Do I use like an import or what? Let me try import. File, import. Because, well, let's see. Downloads. There's an MTL and an OBJ. I don't know how I can have it take everything. Do file appendix. Append. Okay, let's try that. Downloads. But then what do I click? Just that folder? Nothing indicated. Wait, never mind. That sounds like I'm putting two Blender files together. Yeah. So I'm gonna try the wavefront. Let me try that. Download. Boom. Genki Dexusan. I don't know if that other part is actual. Dang, look, there's Genki. Oh my gosh. Wait, it's just automatically in there. It just works. Yo, that's really him. Where is his light coming from? That's pretty cool. And that's really fast. Nah, son. That's crazy. It's not like this for Maya. Although Maya, I mean, you get the FBX file. You can go crazy with it. But wow. Okay. And then we just add, and then you just add a bone and stuff. But you done that all in Maya, right? Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. This Genki right here, man. Is there a rigging thing? I'm not even up to that level. Being a Russian site is kind of sketch, but it hasn't burnt me yet. Wait, why is it sketch? Is it so it can sell your info? Well, it didn't even ask me for anything though. That's what I'm seeing. It didn't ask me for anything. It just downloaded. It even asked for like an account. Maybe it being Russian is skirting the copyright laws or something. What is the light source? I really don't know. All right, let's close these. How do I close it? Do I just quit? Dang, that closes it all. All right, but that's cool. I didn't know of this website. I wonder what else they have. What other games do I know? I know Iron Man. Iron Man 2 specifically. Whoa! Hulkbuster. From what games are these? Marvel Now, Mark V. Someone uploaded the Hulkbuster? From what game? Oh my goodness. That's intense. And these are all free? And wait, it's already rigged? This is a FBX. No way. You're coming to my computer? That's insane. Okay, now that makes me think. If we can have him, can we get a Transformer? I would expect these. I mean, these are the most expensive models to have. No way. Because imagine all the stuff you have to do. Oh, this one's locked. Oh, it's not. What? All right, let's get that Hulkbuster. This is a... What is this app called? A mega download. Download. Yes, sure. Download. Dang, how big is this file? Oh, it's just 34 megabytes. Be careful, JW. Some might have viruses. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. So then I can sue my viewers. All right. Here we go. Hulkbuster FBX. Bro, with all of this? You're kidding me! And it has a Cinema 4D version? Okay. I'm not liable for anything. Oh, you said that too late, fam. You said that way too late. All right. Yeah. Import. Where's FBX? Oh, right here. Downloads. Hulkbuster, Hulkbuster, Hulkbuster. Oh! No. This is incredible. Wait. I'm doing something wrong. Come on, baby. Please. Where's your materials? Where's his materials? Come on. They were literally in the folder. They're right here. Why didn't it add that? Okay, let's try this again. Maybe there's a setting I have to do. Custom properties. Subdivision data. You have to apply them. No, stop. Stop. You're hurting my ears with that. Materials. There we go, right? Reference existing. Nah, there it is. Reference existing. It has to be. It just has to be that. It has to be. It has to be that. Come on, baby. Oh, man. Are you seriously kidding me? Iron. He already has his thing. Okay, UV, what is it? Shading? Material. This is so buns. Come on. Add. Color? I don't know how to do this. The guy just taught me. I don't know how to do this. I'm afraid I need an adult. I need an adult. What do I do? How do I connect these? No click add texture. Where the heck did you even see that? Then do image. Add texture, image texture. Click color to color. And then open. And then download Hulkbuster. And this will be, man, he has so many. Oh my goodness. Head and hands? Are they separate? Or I don't want to reconstruct this. I don't even know what I clicked. Let's do torso. Bro, where's his base colors? It's just dust, grease, edge wear. Dust, greased, edge wear. Dust, greased, edge wear. I don't know. Mesh pattern. Oh, okay, it's probably this. Yeah, mesh pattern. Open. I don't think it's this, guys. I don't think it's this. Oh, man. What is this? Oh, brother. He stinks. All right, let's go back to the dangerous Russian website. Just to see if we can... No, that's not it. Don't download it again. Don't download it again. Where did he go? Yeah. There's not even instructions. Add break in progress. Characteristics of the model skeleton. Bro. Personal use only, but of course. Nah. He doesn't say how to put this together. Codes. Image. I don't know. It looks so cool. But Luigi, it looks so cool. Mesh pattern. Can I see these? What? They're all black and white. What? It's supposed to have its own, like, what is going on, man? What is this nonsense? Nah, I'm mad. Iron. What's it say? Activate material index. Reset to default. I don't know what to do, man. He was so cool. All right. How do I move his skeleton? I know there it is, pose mode. And we click it and then we move it. Whoa, bro. I mean, we rotate it. Yeah. Yo, look at this. Rotate. Where's this other bone? Rotate. Man, and they made the whole Avengers. Well, not in Blender, but they made the whole Avengers moving him. And I know they do a lot of mocap, but moving him in a similar fashion, that's kind of crazy. Can I control his legs through this bone? Or no? Nope, that one controls everything. So he doesn't have IK. That's cool. What the? Man. Yo, shout out to all those YouTubers who make big long videos with all these characters. It's such a testament to your passion for you to even do this. Wrong one. Look at this. Crazy. And then, of course, his spine's got to move a little. You already have a solid keyframe. Yeah, kind of. You know, that's one of my goals again. Get back into animating. I think I only did one. No, I don't think I ever did an animation on my stream. It just sucks. Like, that's something I should have been able to do. I'm an animator first, with no projects, no recent projects at least. Dang, I wish I could see him in his full model glory, but this is pretty cool. Hulkbuster, man, right here. We got him all the way straight from Russia down here. That's crazy. Well, thank you for teaching me that site. That is crazy. And these come from games, so they're not all just artist made. They're from games. Oh, Legos. That's cool. The place that I usually used was like CG Trader. What's the thing with the squid? Something. Yeah. I keep getting emails from them. Daz. Something Daz. 426? Man, they have so many. Do they have GTA? They don't have it. Oh, because it's less than 4. Man, give me some more Rivals, please. I know that's probably available elsewhere. Anyways, back to focus. Back to life. Back to reality.
Yeah, 128, right? So way too much. So I'm going to drop this to 6 vertices. So super low poly, but it's what we're going to use. All right. Now add my...
Oh, man. I deleted the thing. So I have to do it over again. Back to life. Back to reality. Snap to life. Did he say 6 or 18? Man, I cannot remember. Back to life. Back to reality. I think he said 6.
28, right? So way too much. So I'm going to drop this to 6 vertices.
He did say 6. Back to life. Back to reality. Okay.
So super low poly, but it's what we're going to use. All right. Now add my subsurf. I'm going to move me just to the side here so I'm not blocking everything. That's kind of the optimal place I've found for me. It's like just right on that line. I only have to move my head sometimes when I do that. Otherwise, I shouldn't be blocking too much. Anyways, now add modifier, generate, and we're going subdivision surface. And there we go. So the reason we've got this diamond shape is, as I've mentioned before, it's using the like middle points of each face essentially. So it has to go from here to the middle point of this giant long face. So to here.
So we're gonna
so
add
it's now averaging
R.
out those points. But if I want to make a tighter round a bit around here, I just have to basically move add a point here to add that roundness to it. So it only goes to there. And then I would also do another one here so that it's the same thing on the bottom. Yep. So in edit mode, tab, I'm going to hit Control R to add my loop cut. And then it's obviously saying, where do you want to place that loop cut? So click there and then just slide it up to somewhere near the top like that.
I know what I'm doing,
click,
bro.
and then do the same for the bottom. Control R, click, slide.
I know
to
what I'm doing,
the bottom.
Brody.
Okay, and now let's have a look at that. Just have a look in relation to the size of the donut. Do we want it any bigger? Do we want to change the size? All right. Now, yeah, I'm going to right click it and I'm going to say shade smooth just so that I can see how that looks. Okay. Now we could begin scattering at this point. But if we did, we would end up with this exact same sprinkle all over it. And that much repetition to your eye just looks fake. Like every single sprinkle, actually the way they make sprinkles is just like from a piping bag, right? So you just literally just pipe out a bunch of this, piping, right? Glaze. And then it dries and then you just like break it up. So they all end up in different sized shapes and stuff. So we need to add more sprinkles just of different shapes and sizes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all rename this by hitting F2. I'm going to call it, oh boy, late in the day, sprinkle, okay? And now we haven't really mentioned collections before, but they're basically buckets and you can move things in and out of buckets. So there's a default one that comes in here, but you can move it out of this whole collection by just taking the sprinkle.
Why is mine already out? What the heck?
Clicking and dragging it up. So I'm going to drop it into my scene collection there. And the reason I'm doing that is now I'm going to select this whole thing and I'm just going to exclude. Okay. So now when you hit exclude, it's not going to show up in your viewport or your render. It's effectively like it has vanished from the scene, but you can easily bring it back there. So it's just a way to like quickly edit, a bunch of different things and then bring back the rest of your scene. Okay. So here is my sprinkle. I want to create variants of it. So first I'm going to go into front view mode and then focus. So 1 and then numpad period. Now what I want you to do is to create some variants by duplicating your sprinkle and creating different twists and turns and shapes and things. And I'm not going to walk you through doing this. You should be able to do it if you've been following this.
Whoa, how did he do that? It's like his video just started playing without him.
Some variants by duplicating your sprinkle and creating different twists and turns and shapes and things. And I'm not going to walk you through doing this.
Like both his hands are up.
You should be able to do it if you've been following the series. But also, I want to tell you something more important that every Blender user needs to hear. Blender needs your help. When you downloaded Blender, you might remember that it didn't ask for your credit card, which is good. It means that everybody in the world can have free access to 3D and try it out. But what's bad is that Blender doesn't have as much money as it needs to develop the software. There are so many areas of Blender that they want to improve, they want to develop, but they lack the funds.
Okay.
Texture painting, the whole physics engine, sculpting tools, the compositor. So the headquarters of Blender, which is in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to walk you through this. Gatekeeping during the tutorial is crazy.
They hire some full-time developers to work there in their offices and also some full-time contractors from around the world to contribute and work on these features. And they get the funding from that, from the Dev Fund, which is the engine that enables Blender. So if you have been enjoying this donut series and you've been enjoying Blender, please donate. If you can go here and join a monthly donation of 5, 10, or if you're a high roller, 25 or higher is amazing. This will enable more people who can't afford this to try out Blender, to download it, and so that the software can remain competitive. Because I don't know if you know this, but Autodesk made $315 million from 3ds Max and Maya last year. Blender doesn't have that money. So if you want Blender and open source to win, we do need people to donate. So please consider.
It's crazy because I am still on Maya's team, even though I am trying this product out to see, you know, what's all the hubbub. Everybody's crying about Blender. Everyone loves Blender. I mean, it does have some pretty cool looking features. The biggest feature right now that's cool for me is that it's free. But I guess once I see, you know, if it really is where I want to lay my hat to rest as I do all my 3D stuff, then yeah, I could see myself having some type of subscription. I hope there's stuff that comes with it, and it's not just giving them money, and maybe that we get something cool. I don't even know what it would be. A free shirt after several months?
Consider. The link is underneath this video. You can click that and please make a donation. All right, with that spiel out of the way, we can get back to it. So I'm going to bring...
Hold on, man. While you were talking, I was trying to do this. Yeah, sprinkles, baby. Let's give one more variant. He has 6. I have 6 as well. Let's get this one here. All right.
Bring back my scene now. All right, pull it out, and yeah, let's move this into a new collection. So we briefly talked about collections, but they're essentially buckets. They're just ways to organize objects into different buckets, and you can reference those buckets in different parts of Blender, but that's basically it. So I want to create a bucket, a collection for my sprinkles. Now you can create a new
There's a plugin that allows you to give all Maya's features, but in Blender, and it uses Maya's keys too. I know that I could switch my UI to be Maya, like I just press Z to undo, or I move the same way as it. But I'm really trying to come over here and learn the Blender culture, you know? Trying to walk how you guys walk, learn your language, you know what I mean?
Collection by hitting that little button at the top there, and you can just create a bunch.
What did he press?
Different collections and rename them. But if you want to move something,
the heck did he press?
And create a collection at the same time, you can do it. So I want to create a bucket, a collection for my sprinkles. Now you can create a new collection by hitting that little button at the top there, and you can just create a bunch of different collections and rename them. But if you want to move something and create a collection at the same time, you can do that as well. So if you select all your objects here, or you select them here in the outliner, then you just hit M to move. You can move it to an existing collection, or you can create a new collection and move it there. So that's what we're going to do.
Hold on, brother. When I press M, it said merge. Oh, okay, there we go.
So I'm going to call this sprinkles. Okay. And now that I've got that, I'm actually going to uncheck it because we don't actually need to see the sprinkles visibly.
Oh, because this one's in edit mode. Okay.
In order to reference them in our scatter system. So otherwise they just kind of get in the way there. So, all right. So here it is. Exciting moment. With your icing selected, we are going to add in a modifier, and it is the brand new Scatter on Surface modifier, which is only there as of Blender 5.0. If you don't see it, you're not using 5.0, or at least you're not using a version later than 5.0 if you watch this at a later time. So Scatter on Surface. All right. So many little settings and things, but it's very well made. It's I actually love it. It's a fantastic modifier. I'm so happy that it exists. But anyways, the first thing we need to reference is here. What object are we scattering? That's the instancing here, okay? So we're not instancing one object. We're going to do the entire collection. So go collection, and then here, click on sprinkles. And look, we've got not what we expected. What's going on? So the first thing we need to do is, first of all, why is there only one of them? That's because density is really low. If we increase density,
I said, hey, what's going on? I said, hey,
we get more of them, but still, it's just getting worse, Andrew. What's going on?
His name is Andrew?
So first of all, underneath instancing, you need to check pick instance. That's the first thing. And that is so that it doesn't reference the entire group as one thing to be scattered. You're instead referencing the individual parts of that collection, which is the individual sprinkles. Okay. And then as well as that, it has reset the transform because like it bases it off of how far away is it from the center of the thing. But if you go reset, then it actually bases it on the point of those sprinkles. Okay, cool. So, ooh, look, we've got a...
Now we're attacking Andrews.
Alien-looking landscape or something, right? But yeah, you can see you can increase this. The higher you go, the more sprinkles you will get. How do we change the rotation? So underneath transform, right here, right where my head and everything is, transform. Okay, you get extra settings here. So we want to change the alignment axes, and you can just cycle through it until you get the correct one. But yeah, it looks like Y is the one. And then also, man, I should just, hang on a sec. Let me just move me. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I mean, Y is cool, but...
Randomize. So this is cool.
X feels like
so if we add randomize here, check that box, then go here. Now we can randomize and add slight variances to how it is being rotated.
Oh, I see.
So to rotate on the y-axis, we just increase that to 360. And look at that. We've got sprinkles on the donut.
What? Rotate. Oh. Increase this 360. Boom. Sprinkles.
Donut. But we can go further. We can do so much more.
How come he has way more donuts? What is his... 931. Mine was not going that fast. Okay, I'm on 91. 942. Take that.
How do we change the rotation? So underneath transform, right here, right where my head and everything is, transform. Okay,
this is
you get extra settings here. So we want to change the alignment axes, and you can just cycle through it until you get the correct one. But yeah, it looks like Y is the one. And then also, man, I should just, hang on a sec. Let me just move me. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Randomize. So this is cool. So if we add randomize here, check that box, then go here. Now we can randomize and add slight variances to how it is being rotated. So to rotate on the y-axis, we just increase that to 360. And look at that. We've got sprinkles on the donut. But we can go further. We can do so much more. There's a setting at the top here, which is called surface offset, because you can see how it's like they're submerged in the icing. Now, sprinkles,
which is good,
do submerge a little bit in wet icing, but probably not as much as this. So I just want to increase this very, very slightly. So if I just hold down shift and kind of drag out, I can get it to there just resting on top.
I can make an explosion.
Like you wouldn't believe, by the way, how much effort it was to create this in Blender previously. Like a bit of brief history on scattering in Blender. The old way was to use the particle system in Blender, which was like old and legacy, and it was badly coded, and it kind of worked, but it was, you know, it was annoying. And then they came out with geometry nodes, which was all math-based and mathematical, but to do stuff like this required so much work to set it up. And then now they've come out with scatter on surface, which is still geometry nodes. So if you don't know geometry nodes, there's a tab at the top there. You can click it, and this is what it looks like. It's nodes, right? But the cool thing is that this just comes packaged with Blender now, and this is already done. So the guys at the Blender Institute that, you know, need your money, right, so that they can keep working, they came up with this crazy math-based thing. So it's got all the options that we need, that everyone will ever need. And then only one person needed to do it, and then we can all access it for free. So it means that creatives don't have to dive into math just to scatter some sprinkles on a donut, which is what the last 3 versions of this donut tutorial had to do. And then everyone complained that it was too technical. And it's like, yeah, I know, but how else are you going to get the sprinkles on the donut? Anyway, all right. So the next thing you're probably wondering, looking at this, is how do we scatter it in just a specific area? Okay, because you'll see, and in fact, if you select your icing and then /, we've got sprinkles everywhere, the underside, etc. So we only want them around the top of the donut. So how do we do that? Well, there is a way to reference an attribute inside of this. I'll show you soon. But the attribute we're going to use is called weight painting. And you can activate that by going at the top of your screen there and changing from object mode to weight paint mode. And I'm going to deactivate my sprinkles so that I can just see the icing. Now, if you were to click and drag across it when it is active in this state, you'll see that you get like a...
What is he talking about, deactivate? The sprinkles are deactivated. Stuff like this, man. I'm following the tutorial. What does he mean, bro? Oh, does he mean... Okay, he means the modifier. Because, like, what are you talking about? Like, you're about to get me so mad.
The icing. Now, if you were to click and drag across it when it is active in this state, you'll see that you get like a heat map. And as you can probably guess, where it is red is going to be where your sprinkles are, and where it is black, it's where your sprinkles are not going to be. And if you want to get technical, weight paint mode is actually adding an attribute to the mesh, which is where it is red, that is a value of 1, where it is black is a value of 0, and then varying values between there, essentially a heat map of values which are stored in the mesh, and then other parts of Blender can reference this. So it's a very quick way to just do some painting on a mesh to reference in different things. Now, what is not clear though, is that when you're painting in this mode, if you go into the isolated view by hitting /, you might notice that you have accidentally painted through your mesh. I wish it wasn't like this, although I understand why it is, because people that are rigging often want this turned on. But your brush, you want to check front faces only, because if you don't do that, then you'll still get your sprinkles underneath your donut. So now that I've got that, I'm going to, yeah, I mean, you can like paint over the mesh like this. A quicker way to do it would be to go into here where my head is, data, then go into edit mode, right, like this, right? So edit mode, everything is selected. If I drop my weight to 0 and then say assign, then go back into
What? Brother, what?
Then go into edit mode, right, like this, right? So edit mode, everything is selected. If I drop my weight to 0 and then say...
Jeez Louise, man. Okay, edit mode, all of it's selected, 0, assign. Then he went back to weight. Okay.
Assign, then go back into weight paint mode, everything is black. Because this vertex group thing here, this is the weight paint, right? So you can select everything if you want and just make it entirely 1, or you can make it entirely 0. Okay. Anyways, now that I've got that, as you can tell, I've got front faces on. Now I can do my painting. All right. So where do you want your sprinkles to go? You just do that painting, right? And you can have, you know, you can change the weight of the brush as well. If you want there to be like a lot that's kind of just like on the edge, right? You could do something like that. But generally, you know, it doesn't have to be that, you know, that perfect. You know, I'm just doing this as an example of how you could, you know, really do it. You could also go like weight 1 and then turn the strength down. And then now as you paint, you get like, you know, different amounts of buildup. But, you know, how detailed do you want it? Like, do you want, I don't think anybody's ever going to look at your donut render and go like, wow, the distribution of those sprinkles is amazing. You did a great job distributing the sprinkles.
Someone
but
might.
they might notice it if it looks fake, you know. So it's one of those things that seems like pointless in 3D. Right, like chat? You watch, you know, like Planet of the Apes, like the making of that latest one. I don't know the name of the latest one, but I was at SIGGRAPH and I was watching a talk where they had the most amazing. The guys at Weta know how to do a presentation, but it was just like full of detail and like tiny, like, because they had like monkeys in the rapids and like just the sheeting, and the plants had to have just the right amount of wind or else, you know. And so like artists are just slaving over every single detail, and I'm sure notice if it looks fake. That's what they'll notice.
Yeah, I'm gonna judge those sprinkles so hard. That's
they
why I
won't know
gotta
specifically
do.
what
I gotta
you
do
did,
my due
but they'll know
diligence.
if it looks fake. Anyways, so we've done our
We have
weight
a
painting.
professional here.
I did a lot of detailed weight painting there, but now how do we make our sprinkles just appear in that place? Oh yeah, bring it back by clicking that. We do it here where it says distribution mask. Okay, so instead of this single value from 0 to 1, we can change it to, click this little spreadsheet looking icon. I don't know why they went with that icon, but anyways. Then from the drop down, we want to select group, okay? Which is the name, by the way, inside of data. It's right here. So if you wanted to change that to be sprinkle distribution, you could. And then just, you know, click it.
Yes.
Look at that. But yeah, that's what it's referencing. By the way, make sure you're not using it, because you can see there's distribution mask and density. They both have this icon. If you instead used it here, you would see like almost nothing. And that's because it's now overridden what was there, a density value of 900 with a value of 0 to 1 across those areas. Whereas a distribution mark will keep the density of 900, but it'll multiply it by the values of 0 to 1 here. So it's important you get the right one. Distribution mask, not density.
Okay.
But there you go. Great. Cool. So they're in the right places generally. You know, you can play around with it, obviously. But now let's talk about some other settings you might want. Like, for example, the density. How many sprinkles do you want? Now, the big question people have when they're looking at this, they go, how do you stop the sprinkles from intersecting each other?
I was gonna ask.
And unfortunately,
for MASH, you have to apply physics, and that way all the collisions get detected, and then the bounding box is separated.
There's not an easy answer, because this is not easy to do. There's such a thing as like circle packing. That's the closest thing, which is like you could run an algorithm to try to combine circles of different radiuses to kind of fit together as best they could. But just it's complex. That's kind of like a simulation, and we can't do it easily here. The closest thing we have is called distribution method Poisson disk, which when you click that, and by
Poisson disk, like a fish. It didn't really solve it for me. Yeah, it didn't solve it for me at all, Gramps.
By the way, you can only see that option if you're using density method, not amount. So amount will let you...
Ew. What the heck? Oh, wait a minute. Why is it rainbow? Okay, can I go back to object? Yeah, that looks like cheese on pizza. Cheese on pizza. Anyways.
Actually use a specific amount of sprinkles, but then you don't get this extra option here. Whereas density bases it on the scale of the object in relation to the scene and yada yada. But anyways, Poisson disk gives you this little setting, minimum distance. And what it does is essentially every single one of these points here, it goes, there's a point, there's a point, there's a point, there's a point. And then when you increase this value by whatever amount, it will add a circle around it, right? And if you increase that circle and you increase that circle, right? Eventually, if this one, for example, had a value of this size, this little dot here would be removed because it is now colliding with the value of this one. So this one would override that one. So this one gets X'd. So if we increase this, you can see that is exactly what happens. All right, so I'm holding down Shift as I just play with that value there. But you can see that's removed some of the intersections, but there are still some more. So you might be tempted like, all right, let's increase that even more. Let's increase it like, because I want to get rid of this one, right? Let's increase it again, right? And you go, aha, I fixed it. No more intersection. But now the problem is the radiuses are so big that they're deleting each other. And you now have what looks like meticulously tweezed placed sprinkles placed along the donut rather than randomness, right? So we've gone from the chaos to something that just doesn't look right to the eye. So really what I do is I just drop this to be as low as I can get it before it starts to feel like too manicured, right? That still to me feels a little too manicured. I might go like that. I might even go a little bit lower. Yeah, see, that feels chaotic to me. I like that. And then what I do generally is I just change this seed amount here. The seed amount, not very well named, but I understand why they did it. But it's just a randomness amount, like a distribution amount. Okay, you find it in a lot of like procedural workflows, but it's like you can cycle through it. There's an infinite number of numbers here. And by the way, it's not like, you know, one is any better than 1,000 or 10,000. Like these are each individual, it's just a random number generator to give you different variations. So you could do that as many times as you want to try to find the best distribution that has the least amount of intersections. That's probably the best that you can do with what we've got. The other thing as well is that sprinkles sometimes are not laying flat, right, on a donut. Sometimes they might be a little bit skewed like that, and that can kind of help with the intersections. So here where I've got randomize, I'm going to increase, which one? The X, right? Not too much, or else it'll just look weird, but a little bit makes sense for what we've got. The other thing that we should do as well is with our sprinkles, if we just bring them back by clicking on that little checkbox at the top there, the point at which they are spawned onto the icing is where the origin point is of the mesh there. And we haven't talked about that either, but that's kind of, you could think of it as like the center of mass for the object. Mm-hmm. We're not using physics, but like that's kind of how you think of it. It's like, generally speaking, it should be in the center of an object. You can see here, with it being there, if it was spawned like here, for example, the whole sprinkle is going to be over here, right? So if you've got those circles of radiuses, it might be intersecting something when it shouldn't. Whereas if you select all of them like this, then you right click and then you say set origin to geometry, they will now be at the exact center of that sprinkle, and it'll just be a little bit better, and there'll be slightly less intersections. But that's the best we can do. The alternative way to like have sprinkles on a donut where they're not intersecting like this would be to use a physics engine. There's a rigid body physics engine in Blender. Unfortunately, it's not very good. It's very slow. It's one area that they're looking to overhaul. With more funding, yes, I found another way to throw it in there. If more people donate, we can have good physics in Blender. That's what I want to tell you. But for now, this is the best we got. Or the other way is you could actually apply this. You could say apply all my sprinkles. You would have to realize first, realize the instances of the actual objects, then apply them. But you could then actually physically move each of these little ones like that. But I wouldn't recommend doing that. I think it is overkill. It's not, and it's not needed. And it's not going to help you for the next step because we could have random colors. So yes, colors. Let's make our sprinkles look not like Tic Tacs. So yeah, if we go enable our sprinkles, right? You know, we can come in here. We can give it a material.
What did he do?
Enable our sprinkles.
Oh, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. You know, we can come in here. We can give it a material, and you know, we could pick a random color. You know, get a purple one and then go, yeah, now I want to make a yellow one or whatever, right? The problem with this method is, although this works and it is fast, is that you'll always have the green one will always be that bent one, that little squiggly one, right? And your eye can kind of pick up on things like that. It's also like hard to control the colors, right? Because I can't control how many blue ones or purple ones or whatnot I get across my donut. So it's also not ideal. So there is a much better way, which involves, as I briefly mentioned before, random colors. So you start with your material like this, and we're actually going to give the exact same material to all of our sprinkles. So let me just disable those, and I'll select all of my sprinkles here. And if I want to give them all this same material, all I would do is the last sprinkle, as long as that's got a material, I can hit Control L, and that will transfer data from one object to many objects. And then you're just looking for materials.
Did he say he first? Wait.
As long as that's got a material, and I'll select all of my sprinkles here. And if I want to give them all this same material, all I would do is the last sprinkle, as long as that's got a material, I can hit Control L.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Okay. So I gotta give one of them a material. And since we're doing mint colored, let's say it was this color. This would be called Sprinky. Then I select all of them. And the last one, we can Control L. For linking, link materials, boom, bada bang, let's go.
Control L, and that will transfer data from one object to many objects. And then you're just looking for materials like that. And now you can see the where it says material, there's a little number next to it, and that actually tells you the number of users that are sharing that data. So there's 6 sprinkles now, all sharing it. And, you know, to be good little artists, we should call it sprinkle or sprinkles. I don't know. Anyway, cool. So now if we go to the shader tab, I'm going to show you how we can make this look cool. So let's go back to the shader view. Okay, great. So there is no limit really to what you can do with nodes. You can plug things in and do this and that, and it's really cool. There's a bunch of nodes. If you hit Shift A and just go in here, there's like all sorts of attributes you can call in and do complex things, and you can get really technical. So it's a lot of fun. But the one that we're going to use is underneath Object Info. If you bring in this node, you'll see that there's a bunch. There's like location.
What did he?
Well, there's a bunch of nodes. If you hit Shift A and just go in here, there's like all sorts of attributes you can call in and do complex things, and you can get really technical. So it's a lot of fun. But the one that we're going to use is underneath Object Info. If you bring in this node, you'll see that there's a bunch. There's like location. You know, you could drag that into the color. You know, there's all sorts of things that you can do with this. The one we're looking for is random. Okay, so what this is doing is it's saying every time there's an object that is using this material, we're going to pick a random value for that object between 0 and 1, okay? And you would actually see if you were to duplicate this sprinkle again and again and again and again and again, which, by the way, you can do by just holding down Shift-R after you do a duplicate, and you just get more and more and more sprinkles. You can see that they all now have a value between 0 and 1, and that's been converted into color form because 0 is black and then 1 is white, right? That's cool. That's what this is doing. So 0 to 1, giving it that scale. Have I run out of undos? I've run out of undos. Well, I have to assume that was the last one. Okay, there we go. So that's not very useful in this format, like 0 to like black to white. It's not that fun, but we can convert those single float numbers 0 to 1 into color format by between here and here dropping in a color ramp node. So if you go add or Shift A and then go color and then go color ramp, then if you just drag this in and drop it until that line lights up, drop it in there. Now I can say, instead of it being black at this end, let's make this a blue color. And instead of it being white, let's make it a orangey color, right? And now I've got a range of those, right? And you can see as if I was to duplicate, right, you get kind of like variance across this, right? Every single one of those is getting like a new little position somewhere in this little gradient over there, okay? And that's cool. And that would, you know, if you looked at our donut now, you would see that we're now getting a nice range of different colors across it. However, it's not quite accurate. If you look at photographs of donuts, there's not really, like, the yellow sprinkles are all the exact same shade of yellow. The blue sprinkles are all the exact same shade of blue. And it makes sense because they mix up the sprinkle icing, I was going to say batter, just the icing sauce, icing. They just mix that up with one like lot of food color. They get just the color right, and then it's piped out, and then that becomes the sprinkle. So they all have one constant color, not a range of colors like this. So, by the way, here's a little tip, because you'll notice this, that like when you click on something else, like your icing, or you're hiding your sprinkles, like I can't get back that material with all my sprinkles on it, right? So I have to go here, I have to enable it, just so that I can click on it, just so that I can tweak the color. It's annoying. You don't need to do that. We've got a material here that says sprinkles, so we can hide it. And then what I do is I just select my icing, and then I add a new material underneath it. And then which you do by clicking the little plus button there. So click the plus, and then in the drop down, you're looking for sprinkles, okay? And this won't affect your icing. Like, you can stack multiple materials on one object, and then, although we're not going to do it in this tutorial, you can assign certain parts of that material to different parts of your mesh, for example. You could assign it like that. But you can also just leave it unassigned, and then that way you can like quickly reference it. So that's what I like to do. So I've still got my glaze at the top there, and then whenever I want to change my sprinkles, they're there, and it's being shared across all the sprinkles that are hidden. Anyways, so as I mentioned, I want it to be a constant color. How can I make this look like a constant color? You can do it by changing these handles from, instead of it being linear interpolation, to a constant interpolation. And look at that. Now it is a hard line. It's not a gradient across it. You only get all of this blue or all of this orange. So, you know, if you wanted to make a Halloween donut, right, you can go for something. I moved to United States a couple of years ago.
I did it faster than you. I did it faster than him.
I'm just learning that that's the colors of Halloween, because we don't really do Halloween in Australia, where I'm from. Like, some people do, but it's really a kind of a rare thing that people are into. But it's always, it's the black, chocolate, orange, the green, and the purple seems to be the colors that people like decorate their houses with and stuff. And Reese's Pieces really lean into that. They love that they're one of those colors. You know, you can do like fun stuff, right? You can make up a Halloween-looking donut if you wanted to. What I'm going to do for mine is I'm going to make mine look like pastel. So I like to go with like a shade of aqua, kind of like that. And then I'm going to go with purple like that. And this is a tip, by the way. You never want to go like 100% like saturated like that. That's weird. Why has no donut got that exact? Well, they're just being washed out. Okay, they don't look very, very extremely saturated. But anyways, you never want to go like fully saturated like that, because it can, like, using different, the way you render it, if you put it like through a contrast, you kind of like boost highlights or like make things more contrasted, it can kind of like blow out the colors. So it's generally a good idea to leave things mostly unsaturated like this. It's also just like more pleasing on the eye if you don't have too many things that are like, you know, extremely intense. And now this is the other thing, as I mentioned, right? I can now choose the exact ratio of my sprinkles. Yeah. More blue, more purple, more pink, more yellow. And I just have an exact easy slider to choose this. And this is really fun. This is like where you get to be creative and go like, what kind of donut am I going to be making here? You know? Mm-hmm. Like this, you can make some white ones. But yeah, generally as a rule of advice, when you're making something like this, and you've got lots of colors, lots of potential color choices, it's best to try to go with like one primary color, like one that is making up the predominant color choice, right? So you go like mostly purple, and then like a few splashes of other colors, and it just helps it. It's almost like it helps your brain digest what it's looking at. Whereas if you just went like evenly distributed across all of them, all get an equal share, it just starts to look a little bit like noise. By the way, the other thing that you might want to do at this point, oh, I'm already using it. I'm using medium high contrast. But we're going to be, so by default, your color management, it kind of looks like this. So your colors look a little bit.
Where does he see that at? Color management. What is, where is he at? He's like, oh, I'm already using it. Brother, where are you clicking? Oh, he's on render. Okay. So here. Color management. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you now. But geez, man, tell me where you're at.
Bit washed out. And we're not going to get into color management, but essentially like everything is kind of a little bit desaturated. And it's designed so that it makes it easier to grade, but it's not really designed for a final render when you're using the none look. Instead, you're better off using medium high or high contrast, or for a YouTube thumbnail, very high contrast. That's what I use. And these aren't like bad. It's not like they're doing like a rough like contrast grab or something. This is like a proper S-log, S-curve conversion. Nothing is peaking. It's all this. I use these all the time. Medium, high, medium, or high. Anyways, so that's pretty good. And then I might grab my, oh yeah, I got to fix this again. Let's make that back what it was. Let's move that back. Get a few more blues in there. Bit of pinks, bit of whites, bit of yellows. I'm going to make my icing as well a little bit hotter, and I'm going to tweak it a little more towards the purple range, just a little bit. Back at the sprinkles, the other thing I forgot to mention as well, sprinkles are actually a little bit shiny if you look at references, so a little bit shiny. And then the other thing it really needs, and this does make a big difference, is subsurface scattering. So just like before, dragging down on that radius to make them all one, and then
He said it's a little shiny. And then subsurface. Going all these to make them one.
I'm increasing the weight to be 1, and then I just drop this scale to be something really low, but that will make a big difference.
I guess
before I was like practicing for this video, and I was like, why are my sprinkles just not looking good? They weren't looking as good as a previous render I'd done, and I forgot subsurface scattering, and it does make a huge difference. So there we go. We've got a nice looking donut. Before you go ahead, what I'd like you to do, practicing for this video.
Oh, 001. He brought it all the way down. I don't really see it, but I mean, he's the teacher.
And I was like, why are my sprinkles just not looking good? Subsurface scattering, and it does make a huge difference. So there we go. We've got a nice looking donut. Before you go ahead, what I'd like you to do is to try to create your own style of donut. You could try substituting the long sprinkles for like rounded sprinkles or like star-shaped sprinkles. You could change the donut color to be something else. You could make more donuts.
My donut's already something else.
By just stacking donuts on top of each other. Here are some ideas that my team, and over the years, we have different donut versions and stuff we've created. But you can do a lot. So have fun just experimenting and trying to create something of your own with your own creativity injected into it. And it'll also just kind of teach you to kind of think independently and like, where is this thing, and locate that. And it's, just a way of like bringing back that information. And also, as your homework, add some sprinkles to your plate if you want. I won't show you how to do it because it's basically the same steps as before, scattering on surface. The only thing I'll mention is that you do need to apply your solidify modifier so that you can actually paint on the correct side of your plate and they will appear as long as that's done. But it's super simple, so I trust you all will be able to do that. Anyways, that's it for this video.
Wait, can I do that? Oh shoot. Zoom in the chocolate textures too? Yeah. Yeah. You know what's crazy? This is the strawberry texture. Strawberry texture. I just changed the color. Oh my goodness. This man knows how to make donuts. And he knows how to teach it. And there's my coffee. My little scone, right? Scone. It doesn't matter. Okay, sprinkles on the plate. I got you right now, partner. I got you right now. So, okay, so number one thing to do, number one thing is go here and take, he said to take the solidify, whatever that did, and subdivision. So take the solidify, and we're going to apply that. Got it. Now, we're going to add a scatter. Scatter on surface. Got it. Then, collection. Sprinkles. Got it. Sprinkles are over there. Now, add density so we can see them. Got it. Next, Poisson disc. But we don't really need that yet, but we have that. Distribution mask. That's what we're gonna change. Yes. So we're gonna paint the weight, and it's gonna be here. And we're painting it on one side, right? Brush, one side. Strength. Put some over here. Some over here. A little over here. And a little over here. Yeah, you know, messy plate. Then we go back to object, right? So now we're going to distribution mask, change that to group. Wait, data. We called it group, but it's going to be called sprinkles on plate. Okay. Let me go back to material, not material, modifier. We're going to distribution mask, sprinkles on plate. And then oh, pick instances, transform, surface offset. Wait, okay, hold on. Where is this? Where did they go? Hold up. Wait a minute. I got this. Transform. I'm doing something wrong. Okay, there's amount, right? Which is not what we need. We need density. Sprinkles on plate. I did it though. No, I did it. Come on. Keep surface scatter on instances. No, that's not what he. Why did they disappear? Okay, wait, let me just focus on this. Dang. It's not the aligning. Randomize, but that's not it either. Where did they go? They left after I did my distribution mask. If I take that out, here they are, right? They're all over the plate, right? Let me see what the weight is again. The weight is here. Let's do X-ray. Yeah, it's only on one side. It's up here. Is it not enough? Wait, let's not X-ray that. Let's make it bigger, I guess. Okay, and then distribute. Okay, there we go, there we go. I'm a boss. Now we're going to align it. We'll align it this way and rotate on this. We move it a little bit up and down, and we'll offset it by a tiny bit. Well, by a lot. It doesn't need to be in the plate. It's gotta be right on top of the plate. Okay, and then we just increase this if we want, and then that's it. Your boy did it. Your boy did it. I did it for reals. Boom. Yo, there you have it. Sprinkles on a plate. Mint chocolate sprinkles. Mint fudge chocolate sprinkles, man. That's crazy. That look good. That look good AF, as the kids would say. Man, look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this shot. Boom. Ain't that beautiful? Ain't that delish? All right. Is he gonna teach us how to make an environment like this with the sunlight and the everything? Let's find out. Oh, maybe you know what? I'll do one other thing. One more thing, just to make it look real nice. Gonna take this guy, and we're gonna stack them. Yeah, we're gonna stack them. Maybe it should be a little higher. Yeah. One more. Oh, that didn't work. One more. Oh, that looks so good. But you know what's crazy? Heavy breathing. They look so similar. I think that's like a problem, right? Like, there we go. A little bit of variation. It's just they all have the double drip that I gave them. Wait, hold on, man. Is this? Let's turn it this way. Yeah, that'll work. Triple donut. Triple donut on the floor. All right. What else does he want me to do? Am I finally done?
Video, join me in the next part, the final part, as we do the lighting and rendering.
Oh, there's still more.
Welcome to your final serving of donut. In this part, we are going to be lighting, rendering, and making our donut actually look good. The final.
It doesn't look good yet?
Piece of the puzzle, which is the most fun, honestly. Because currently it just kind of looks like a early 90s test render or something. Very, very bland. So let's make this actually look good. We're going to be moving around some stuff, and you can see that if you like move an object, you always leave behind something, right? And this is just annoying to deal with. So to fix this, you parent things to other things. So for example, if you want the icing to be connected to the donut, then you first select the icing, you shift select the donut, then you hit Control P.
Wow, that's a lot to do. Maya with her simple P button, I appreciate you. Let's take away these donuts. And then he said this first, then that. Control P. Parent.
Yeah, to parent. And you can parent to the object or object keep transform. I always choose keep transform, otherwise it can like clear the original location and you kind of lose its location. So always keep transform. And so there you go. So now when we move the donut, the icing is going with it. Importantly, you'll notice that in the outliner, you can't see the icing anymore. The icing has gone. Where is it? And this can be confusing sometimes. You're like, where's that object? And it's because it's parented to the donut. So it's now underneath in this little drop down here. It's in there. It's also a good idea to use like what is connected to what as a hierarchy. So for example, the donut is connected to the plate. So I'm now going to select the donut, shift select the plate, Control P, keep transform. And so now I can move the donut with the icing by itself or the plate with the donut. I'm going to do the same thing for the foam on top of the mug. Control P, keep transform. And then also the plate and the cup, I'm going to parent to the plane, the table. I'm going to say keep.
What happened to his coaster? What happened to his coaster? He didn't have one. That was just an assignment for us, Mr. Teach. Did I do that right?
Transform. So now all of our objects are in here, right? They're all parented and, you know, they're all found underneath this. So we got to make sure that it's actually named correctly. So I'll call that table. This is going to be called plate, and I think we're good. Okay.
This is you don't have a coaster. Circle is plate for donut. And then this one is coaster for cup or mug.
Excellent. Now, I've actually got 2 lamps in mine. Most of you don't. You've just got the one, so I'll just delete that. But yeah, let's go into lighting, the fun bit, actually making this look cool. Okay, so we want this to look like a sunlit cafe. At least I do. You're welcome to do whatever you want. But if you want to play along, that's what we're doing. So with our lamp here selected, you can see that we've got a number of different types here. We've got point, sun, spot, and area. I generally usually just use between point and sun. Occasionally.
Oh, okay. He's on the light thing. Got it. I got it. Point, sun, spot. What? What's going on? Point, sun, spot, area. I like area lights. I always used to select those in Maya.
A spot lamp if I'm doing, I just want to like focus on one specific thing, but I rarely use an area lamp because
Chad, hold on, wait, pause. This is my own little ad here. I've been trying it with Rivals and other games, but I've been seeing the art category when I'm doing my art and my donut stuff. The numbers have been going steadily high. Do you guys like art? Do you like sitting back and watching me learn art or me try art or do art? I know Ruined Eraser, your answer, but all the other people who are just sitting back and watching, which I greatly appreciate, you just get up for a second, go to your computer, and type, do you like me doing art, or do you not? Or do you just want Shell Shockers and Voxium? Because I constantly, feverishly look at these numbers. So I appreciate you guys here. Just let me know, do you guys like art? You know, is this something that's scratching that itch in your brain? Just let me know, please. Thank you.
because there's not much difference between that and a point lamp with a radius, essentially, like making it larger. But in our case, we want to look like a sunlit. Occasionally a spot lamp if I'm doing, I just want to like focus on one specific thing. But I rarely use an area lamp because there's not much difference between that and a point lamp with a
area
radius,
light is the best
making
one.
it larger. But in our case, we want to look like a sunlit, so I'm going to check sun. And oh boy, we've got a nuclear blast of sunlight. So generally I keep this around 10 because that's actually what it like maxes out at when you just like drag it over. It comes in at 10. So that's about what we'll use. I also changed the temperature, which is, I think it was 4.5 they introduced this. But yeah, you can now adjust this. So this is a black body scale. So like the closer, like the lower this Kelvin scale is, the more it's like fire and like, you know, incandescent bulb and then like warm LED. And then you can get to like skylight and you can go all the way and it's just like crazy blue. But anyways, so sunlight, you know, until it looks right to you. I don't know, something that's a bit too much. Let's go. Oh boy, I don't even know now. I feel like I was just twisting that too much. Now I'm not actually sure what it looks like sunlight. Anyways, good thing is we can change it later if we want to. Now, the interesting thing about a sun lamp is it doesn't actually matter where it is positioned. You can see if I position this close to my donut or my thing, like nothing happens. Whereas a point lamp, obviously, is very largely dependent on its location because there is the inverse square law where like light falls off at what is it, 4 times for every doubling of distance, so a huge sharp fall off. But sun, because it's so far away, there's no fall off, and so it doesn't matter where it actually is. So the only thing that matters with sun is the rotation of it, right? So I'm just going to rotate that to look like early morning sunshine, right? Because it's going to, trying to tell a story with a donut, it's challenging, but we're trying. So early morning, somebody's got their coffee in a cafe or something. That's what we're going with. Oh, look at that. My mug is just slightly off the table. And no, it is not. Excellent. Now, this by itself is pretty boring, right? If you were to do a render of this, which you can do just by hitting F12, right? It's okay, but it's like this feels too naked, right? It's just being blasted with light everywhere. It helps to try to shape it and kind of highlight what is important, which is these 2 elements. The rest of the scene, that can just, it's not important to us, right? So we can throw that into shadow. And it's also an opportunity to make it look like there's a scene outside of the view there, which you can do by casting shadows into the scene. So I want to basically set up 2 blockers to make it look like this is shining in through a window. And as is typical with 3D, you don't have to model the windows because we're not looking at them. They can just be blockers. So I'm going to hit Shift A, and for my blocker, I'm going to use a plane. Okay, so it brings in this. I'm going to move it over there. I'm going to go R and then X, holding down Control until it says 90 at the top of the screen there. Do a single click. All right, that is my first blocker. And then I need another blocker going this way. So I'm going to have like a slither of light going across there. So Shift D, move this to, oh boy, Y, then X, R, Z to rotate it by 90 degrees. And then here we go. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Like that. All right. And then I'll move this one over a little bit. Maybe just make it a little bit bigger. Okay. To just try to shape it, to just get some of that light to be a little bit more targeted. I'm also going to move this mug just further in the back. So I'm going to hit G. And yeah, if you want to lock something to a specific act, like I want to move it along the X and the Y, but not the Z. We talked about this with scale, but it applies for everything. So if I hit G and then Shift Z, it'll move it along the X and the Y, but not the Z. And so this is an easy way if like you know that it's touching the ground where it needs to, but you just need to move it around. You can quickly move things by G and then Shift Z, and it'll move it around the plane, but it won't lift it off of the table, which is useful. All right, and then I'll move my plate over like so. And yeah, that looks okay. All right, now, yeah, like I said, this looks okay, but it also looks kind of a little bit like film noir, right? And what does film noir look like? It looks fake, looks very like curated and designed in a comic strip, right? And the big telltale for that is like we've got almost complete darkness over here, right? And the real world is not like that. If this was a cafe, you would have things bouncing off other objects to the left-hand side outside of frame. But not only that, this is a sunrise. It's not happening on Mars or anything like that. So the sky is blue, generally speaking. So there needs to be some blue light as well. So what I'm going to do is, oh, look at this. We've got our blockers and yeah, let's actually move my light and my blockers. So shift selecting those. I'm going to hit M and I'm going to create a new collection and I'm going to call this lighting. And then we can call these 2 objects. By the way, if you want to rename 2 objects at once, you can do it by, I was just trying to remember the key there. There you go. It's Control F2, which is the same hotkey, I think. Actually, no, I don't think it is in Windows. But anyways, Control F2. And then you can just say find and replace, or you can just say set name. And then you can say new, and I can just call this blockers or blocker, and then just say okay. And there we go. It's call it blocker, and then the other one blocker.001. Okay, cool. So now, as I said, I want to create some sky lighting. So I'm going to add a new lamp, or I could duplicate the sun. I'll just duplicate the sun. So I'll move this over to there. And I'm now going to hide, I'll call this one sun, right, my original one. And then this new one, I'm going to call sky. And I'm going to change this to be a...
I'm trying to keep up. Oh my goodness. Okay. This one, sun. And this one, sky. And then we move this one because it's going to change, or I guess it doesn't matter.
Point lamp like this.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's going to change. Point lamp.
And now I'm going to disable the sky. And this is actually a good tip to do. It's a really bad trap that a lot of beginners do, is when they're working with lighting, they end up just kind of like throwing in lights, but you have to work in isolation. You should only be looking at each light separately to understand what purpose it actually has on the scene. So hiding my sun lamp, I'm going to position this up high because the sky is high, even though there would be like a window there. Something about, actually, let's just see the scale in relation to, get real mathematical here, the scale of the donut in relation to how tall would the window be? Maybe up to about here. I don't know. About there, let's say. Let's move it over a little bit. Okay. And then let's increase this. Let's remove the tint. And instead, I'm going to make this, like, you can actually like keep the tint, right? And make it go like all the way to that. But I want to have a little bit more control over it. I might want to make it look a little more purplish, or, you know, we're not going for something entirely photorealistic. We're going for like exaggerated realism, which can often look way better than real realism. So this, you can see this is a soft color. This is like moonlighting, but it just needs to be a little bit, just so that there's the hint that there is skylighting along with the sun. Now, the other big factor that it's missing is that the skylighting is not casting shadows like this, right? If
What the?
the sun was away and it was just being lit by the sun, like think of like an overcast day, right? The sky itself, the entire dome, is the size of the light. So the radius of our lamp here needs to increase, right, by a lot. Now, this is a very underused value. Like, it's one of the most important values when it comes to lighting, is the radius of something, because it's the softness of the shadow. As an example, let's just bring this in. Or actually, hang on, let's just increase this so we can actually see it. What can I do? Exposure, there we go. All right, so this is like the default, it comes in like this, okay? And you can see how harsh those shadows are. So as a rule, harsh shadow is very good at revealing detail. So we often use it a lot at Polygon because we need to show the detail of textures along a surface. So if you want to highlight the sprinkles or something like that, you would use a very small radius like this, so it's really sharp shadows. Whereas if you want to reveal more of the form and just the overall color of a surface, that is when you would use a larger radius, right, as a general rule. And it has a huge impact on lighting. The other big thing is distance. So I mentioned briefly the inverse square law. A lot of beginners, they're going like, oh, it's like skylighting. I'll just position the lamp up here, right? The problem with that is because of the inverse square law, every doubling of distance, so from like here to here, right, it's going to, well, hang on, from here to here, what am I thinking of? But basically, like from the mug to the end of the donut, it could lose something like a third of its energy. It's just an, what do you call it? It's not something that is obvious, but it is really, really important. So if something needs to be far away or appear to be far away, you got to try to make it look really far away, basically. So, something up in the air, basically. All right, let's clear that and let's increase it and go back to the radius. So nice, large radius in the sky. It's not as big as the sky actually is, but, something like that. So we've got smooth lighting over everything.
Whoa, that got really technical. Okay, so we gotta bring this guy in the sky. Cool, I can get with that. Make it far. And then adjust its radius and increase its intensity. His was up to like 800 or so. And then the radius. Whoa. Okay. Okay, I'm chill. I'm chill with this. And he left the tint even though he was bad mouthing the tint. So is this good? I don't know. Oh, he's at 911. Okay, we'll go with this.
Everything. And now with my sun, haha, look at that. We've got the tinge of blue lighting in the air, but we have the lovely hot, warm.
Mine looks like it's full blue. What did I do wrong? Mine has too much blue. His is 1.56. And then maybe it's the color I'm using. Mine's too bright. Let's go darker. Oh, but I'm seeing, look at this. This is fully blue. Maybe mine is too close. It could be that. Could be mine is way too close. This still feels like there's a lot of blue in here. Okay, let me just bring down. Maybe mine was just too intense. So we'll bring it to here. Like a good 400. And now we have a little taste of blue. Yeah, a little taste of blue. Oh, you can't see that. A little taste of blue in the shadow, but it's purely not blue. And now let me try to change my blue to be more his blue, which is like, his blue is like purple blue. It's such a, I don't know how he got that color. It's like this. Yeah, that works. We're good.
Sun coming through as well. All right, the final lamp that I need is that bounce lighting for the rest of the cafe. So I'm going to duplicate my skylighting there, and I'm going to position this. I mean, you know, how...
His is not even that far. I'm confused, man. His is like closer than mine. Whatever. Let's get this other light in here.
What's the height of the ceiling, or what is it even bouncing off? Who knows? There could be a wall here and it's bouncing off that. This is more where you get to control, you know, what is it that you're actually doing. So again, I'm going to hide my sky, hide my sun. So I'm just looking at this bounce lighting coming off the wall. And I'm going to clear this to make it look just like white light. And by the way, if you want to change something to the default value, just mousing over a color here, just hit backspace and now it goes to its default value. I can also backspace on the power and it goes to its default value of 10. So that's a handy one to know. And again, I will, yeah, I mean, I can have a little bit of control over this because there could actually be a lamp off in the distance there. We don't really have a lot of rules for this bounce one. I'm just looking at trying to fill in the darkness there, right there. Because without it, and we'll call this indoor bounce, right? If you don't have it, it just looks too dark. So there needs to be something there just to fill in this area of our donut. All right, so that's what I'm looking at there. Something about that. Let's look at it from the camera view. And I think now my skylighting is a little bit too blue.
This dude's ridiculous, bro. This is so much. That's why he's the best, man. That's why he's the GOAT. Look at all the stuff you have to do. This is for one scene. And then we have animators doing crazy things. Look at this. Okay, I think my bounce light is a little too strong. Maybe it's gotta be further. Okay, soft shadows and strong. Boom. Boom. I think I hit it. I think I hit it on the nail.
I'll dial it back a little bit. I think it might actually be a little bit too bright. So let me just dial that in which case now I can make it a little more saturated. Pull it in.
He's doing a lot.
Okay, how's that? Okay, that's the sun. That is the indoor by itself. Okay. All right, and that's pretty good. That is not bad. Now you can play with it a little bit, but that's generally we've got it in the right place. Now I'm going to move my camera in a little closer, so I'm going to check this little camera view thing.
I just did that.
And toggle lock to camera view. And now I'm just going to move around and just pull the camera in a little bit, just so that we've got a tighter view of our donut. And then again, just make sure you uncheck that so that we can move around freely without it interrupting. Okay, now, some of you might be wondering, how can we improve this so it doesn't look crap? Because what we are using right now, this is called the Eevee rendering engine. And it's the reason we've got this kind of fuzzy noise to our shadows. It's the reason we have some of our objects are not really casting much of a shadow in our scene. And it's also the reason you might notice that as you like rotate around.
Yo, what's up, crazy chicken? How are you? Hold on, I gotta fix this texture that I just messed with. Nice donut. Thank you, thank you. I worked so hard on that donut. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Is it this one? Hold on. Man, I don't remember how to do this. Man, I don't know how to do this. Come on, JW, you got this. So you go to edit mode, select everything, go over here, right? Take the size, then go to point, take these, make it a little bit taller, and then that should work. Because it was stretched, or we're just gonna unwrap it again. Wait, maybe not angle base. Smart UV project. No, whoa, haven't done that. Let's just do unwrap conformal. I think that works. I think and therefore it is. Yeah, that works. Okay, we're good. Thank you for the compliment.
Right? You got like, wow, look at this like bright lighting on the plane here. And watch what happens as I move the camera. Just disappears. So Eevee is a game engine. So it's doing a lot of game hackery. And that means it is due to being screen space, meaning that it's doing bounce lighting here. Okay, so it's bouncing off the plane onto this wall here. However, it's only visible. It can only see what the camera sees. So it's called screen space. And that means that the moment that this moves away and we no longer have that bright light reflecting off there, it doesn't know that that plane exists and that something should bounce up there. So it can result in these like large changes of lighting. It's kind of the biggest issue if you're making animations and the camera's flying through some spaces and you don't want to have lighting kind of changing all over the place. I've got a whole video on Eevee if you want to watch that. I talk all about this and go into more detail. But, you know, these are kind of one of the biggest limitations. Now, the main thing you should be trying to do if you're using the Eevee rendering engine is the default value right here for steps is wrong. Like, there's no reason it should be that low. Steps, you could think of this like accuracy. Now, if I increase this to...
Where is he at? Shadows? Steps
16, which is the maximum value. Look at how much better those shadows are, right? This is the before, and then this is the after, okay? And it's even more stark here, right? Look at how much more connected that is. And then if I go back to here, look at all this extra crap, right? It's basically an accuracy amount, and it should be maxed out, unless you're working on a really, really poor computer and it happens to stall it or something. you know, but even then you'd double it at least, go to 12. But that by itself will improve the look of shadows. The other thing as well is my icing. I just want to check. Okay. Oh, no, that's the sprinkles. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think I said that I had the scale of my icing too high on my donut. I think a 0.03 looks good. And on my sprinkles, I'm also going to drop that. I'll make it 0.06.
What is he talking about? Oh, subsurface scale. Okay. I'm gonna do Blender tutorial tomorrow, so on break. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What are you gonna be learning? Surface. No. Subsurface scale 001. I mean, it's pretty much at the lowest you can get.
Nope. Let's go 0.08. So we want a little bit, you know, this is a little bit of pass through here, but not a crazy amount, or else, yeah. And this is quite common to do, right? If you're making something, you might set a value when you're in one state of Blender, and then when you add in lighting from, you know, a more extreme, like sunlight coming in, you start to notice that some materials actually, yeah, it doesn't look good. And so you need to adjust it. And that's a totally fine thing to do. There's not really any way around it. Now, the fuzziness, this fuzziness that you can see right here, that is a result of the samples. So samples you can think of, I mean, it's like samples per pixel on a screen, and like basically the more samples you have, the clearer it's going to be. Now, what you're actually looking at right now is the viewport samples, which is set to 16. When you do your render, it will kick in and use this amount, which is 64. So see how fuzzy it looks there? I do my render and it comes in not so fuzzy. There is still fuzz. There's always going to be a little bit of fuzz, but at least it's not, you know, crazy.
Chat,
but yeah, if you want to increase it, you can you know, double that or whatnot. You can have fun with that. Another thing that can improve.
One thing is this coaster. I don't know. Is the thing sitting on it? Like this? It's not. Hold on. I'm like, the shadow here looks weird. No, the shadow is still weird. The coaster I made is weird. Man, what did I do wrong here, bro? Okay, let's get one of these faces. And let's just move it. What's happening? Man, my coaster is ugly. Should I just not include my coaster? Like it's not working for me. It's super round. No, let's think. There was a way to make this more angled. Oh, maybe it's the solidify. Yeah, solidify made it all weird and soft. Let's whoa. Let's see. Solidify even thickness. Or I don't know. I don't know. Because if I take it out, let's try taking it out. Right? Say I deleted it. Now, let's see how you look. Honestly, it looks a little bit better. Oh, but it's flat now. It kind of needs this. I don't know how to make it like sharp. Crease inner, crease outer, rim. Oh, there we go. I think the thing that's missing is this is too low. or this, or the other is too high. So I need to take the bottom. How am I going to do that? I need to take this here, edit mode, front view. Why is it colored like this? X-ray. We'll take all the bottoms and then we'll move it up. Oh, no. All the bottoms and a little bit of the top, I guess. All of these two. And move it up. Yeah. That should work. That should work. Now I move that to the floor. And then we move this to right on top of it. Okay. I think I solved my own problem, hopefully. No, I think it just needs a texture. Maybe that's what it is. Let's just give it the same material as, it has no material. Let's give it the ceramic pottery. Or ooh, wooden coaster. Okay, we solved the problem. Wooden coaster for the win. Yeah, wooden coaster. It's a little bit blendy, but that's fine. This is Blender, so it can blend in. We have the sprinkles. That's kind of cute. Not gonna lie. Food, pastry. Ew. This is the donut. That's disgusting. This is the strawberry icing. That's interesting. Coffee. Concrete. No. And then the plate, and then the wood. I like the wood. The wood is nice. Yeah, now it looks good. Yeah. I'd go with this. I like this. This is good. This is my vibe. Let me save this. Image. Save. That was our first one. This is so cute. To now. This is so fire. Save it as a PNG. I mean, we don't need the alpha. And color depth 16. Save. All right. Let's finally finish out this video.
The realism of an Eevee render is using a light probe. So as I mentioned, with the light bouncing off here, as it fluctuates around, it's kind of throwing light as it goes around. But the other issue is that, for example, it doesn't actually know that light is hitting the underside of the donut here, and it would blast out in that direction because it can't see what is behind the donut right now. It also can't see like light that would be hitting the edge of this plate here and then bouncing it back this way, right? It can't see it because from where the camera is, it just can't see those objects. So if you wanted to add that, you could add in a light probe volume. So I'll show you what that looks like. First of all, I'll just shift right click on my donut just so that that's the point it comes in at. I'm going to say Shift A, light probe volume. So this will cast like a grid of ping pong balls over your scene. And I say ping pong balls because I'll show you what they look like soon. But basically you want to scale this to look.
Wait, I mean, I know you have to do that in Unity to get the hyper realistic definition.
A light probe.
Oh, it's right here. Man's moving so fast.
Probe volume. So this will cast like a grid of ping pong balls over your scene. And I say ping pong balls because I'll show you what they look like soon. But basically you want to scale this to look, to kind of encapsulate everything you've got in the scene. And we've got way too much vertically, so I don't need all that much there. And you want the ping pong balls, these little balls, to be sitting just above the surface of the table. Again, I go into way more detail in my EV video, which you could watch if you were interested in this. You really want to dive into EV, by all means. I think I probably only need about 3. No, I'll go 4. Why not? Okay, and then now that you've got this,
Man, it's going so fast.
this, if you hit the bake light cache, you'll see that the scene
Cache? You mean cache? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Facing bias 50, then 40, 50. Okay.
gets a little bit brighter. So this is how it looked before, and this is how it looks after. And you can improve.
Where is this thing? Volume. Dang. Okay, I was off. Secure. And then scale. Oops, scale. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then bake. Like cache. It's not doing too much for me, pal.
This a lot by just like shuffling the balls around so that now I've got one ball that is going to be, let's say, let's go a little bit here. Oh boy, here and here. So I've got one that's going to be resting right on the edge of that plate there, and I want one inside the donut. All right, and now let's do that now. All right, and now we've got more bounce coming from there. So each of these you can think of like little lamps that are going through the scene and able to see things from the other side that the camera cannot. So it's able to break that limitation of something being screen space. And you can see that looks better. So this is with the light probe on. And then if I was to turn my probe off and do another render, so this is with it off, this is with it on. All right, so very big difference. Definitely worthwhile having a light probe if that's what you're going to use to do your render. And by the way, if you want to visualize what they can see underneath viewport display, you can enable data, and then each of these points become little ping pong balls. That's why I think of them like that. And you can see the actual light that was captured at each one of those points, and essentially, yeah, what light it's going to be throwing out into the rest of the scene. And the final thing that's going to make a big difference to your final render here, and one of the big reasons that this feels like a CG computer graphics render, is that right now everything has the same amount of focus. And that is physically impossible. With a real camera, there's no way to have something that doesn't have depth of field, unless you were using a pinhole camera, believe it or not. But anyways, so to get that look, to get depth of field, we're going to select our camera object in our outliner. And then down here, there is a checkbox for depth of field. And ooh, already it's starting to look.
And that's it. And that's it. And they're off. They're off to the races. That's all you got to do. Camera, and he went to this, and boom, that's it. I don't even care about the rest of the settings.
Cool. Now you just select the object that you want to be in focus. So you click the little eyedropper tool, and then you want to click on the object. Now, if you've got what I have here, you can see it's always clicking on the volume because it thinks that the volume is in front of it. But anyways, yeah, I can now just click on my icing object there. And you can see now this is the before, and then this is after. So you can see in the background there, that noisy, concrete texture that isn't relevant to the viewer is now buttery smooth. And that's a really nice way to not only make something look more realistic, but also to guide the viewer to what is important. Because that is one of the biggest problems you have as an artist, is you're giving somebody an entire image and you're trying to tell them, like, what is the important bits? Like, what should they be looking at? And they don't know if everything has just got like hyper noise and detail and color and everything. So you're trying to guide it, and that's one of the tools to do that. And one final other tip as well, because the biggest like downside to using Eevee is like the shadows just don't feel crisp enough. They don't feel like tight enough to the object. It's kind of a little bit too blurry. If you select a lamp like this one here, the sun lamp, and then you go to your shadow settings here, there is a box that says jitter. And you won't see any change in the viewport unless you were to go to your viewport settings and enable jittered shadows, but I don't think you should, because it's just, when you've got that enabled, just like every time you move it, it just jitters around and it's super annoying. But if I was to do another render now, you will see that the shadows just feel a little bit more accurate, especially in the background there, right?
Wow, that is pretty cool. All right, let's see. He said click the sun. I think he called this one bounce light. You take the moon and you take the sun. Yeah, jitter. I don't get too much of that jitter. Maybe my computer is stronger than his. But then you do a render. And then these are supposed to be better. Maybe I have bad settings. My thing does not look good. Slot 2, render. Yeah, no, this doesn't look that good. Or I don't have that much shadows. Or my resolution sucks. I guess some of the stuff is. Let's try it without it. So if we go to slot 1 and take out jitter and then render. Oh, whoa, that is a difference. Slot 1, slot 2, slot 1, slot 2. How did you go back and forth? I forget. It was like, it doesn't matter. Slot 2, slot 1. So it's darker and more accurate. Cool. Gotcha. So why don't we always turn that on? What's the point of having it off?
And essentially it's, I believe it's like rendering each, like multiple versions of the lamp at like, because it's got a radius on it, a little soft radius. So enabling jitter can work a lot better for like soft lamps like what we've got here. So there you go. So that's one of the other tips. But if you want to go very realistic and you want to avoid the light probes, you want to avoid all these settings like jitter and all this kind of thing, and
you just go to cycles. Is that what he's about to say?
You just want to make something and then just have it come out beautifully, then you should be using a different rendering engine. You should be using Cycles. Now my recording has slowed down because it's using my CPU. This is Cycles. Now I'll actually, I'm going to just turn that off for a sec because it's slowing down my computer. The first thing you should check if you want to use Cycles, because some of you just tried that then, and much like my computer, I don't know if you can hear that, but it has started to whir up. The fans are like, whoa, this is using maximum
effort,
maximum heat, right? So first of all, go to your edit and go to preferences and then go to system. Then at the top there, you've got Cycles render devices.
Oh. Okay, compadre. You're speaking my language. Okay. System. Oh, it's on none.
What you want to see is if you have any graphics card on your computer that you can use to render.
He has an RTX Pro 6000? Okay, my computer is not as strong as the guru himself. This man, he's got the top of the line. How? Oh, because it's using his CPU is why it slowed down. This man has he has an Intel Core Ultra 9. Is he just faking this? He has the strongest PC at the time.
You should be using it. So if you've got an NVIDIA card, you would be clicking CUDA or Optics. Optics is preferable. So if you've got a card that supports Optics, use the Optics one. HIP is for AMD cards. Open API is for Intel, I believe. And then Metal, you'll see Metal if you've got a Mac. In my case, I've got a Overkill RTX Pro 6000.
Yeah, you got an Overkill. See how I reckon? I clocked that. You know? I know a few things. Yeah, you have Overkill, bro. RTX Pro 6000. Jeez.
Blackwell Workstation Edition, which I just got, given to me by the kind folks at Dell. They gave me a whiz-bang Dell T2 Pro. And
RAM is 128 gigabytes, 4 terabytes solid state drive, RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Workstation Edition, 600 watts, 96 gigabytes, GDDR7, Intel Core Ultra 9. That's insane, and it doesn't look anything like a gamer or nothing. This is insane. This man. He could simulate so many crazy things. Now he's just showing off. Bro, it's special for those who made it to the end. Just check out. I was just using a sliver, not even a sliver of my power. That's crazy. Why did his computer stutter? That's just, he had to put that in post. That's crazy.
And it's amazing. I think it cost like $20,000 or something stupid. Just the card by itself.
You didn't have to say the price. Oh my God. Dell T2 Max Pro. The thing with me is if I hear it, I'm gonna see if I can get it. Well, 2,000. Oh wait. Power Max Tower Ultra 9. Okay, this is his. That's 13,000. $13,000. Ultra 9K, 192 gigabyte DDR5. It's not even. This has less than his stuff, but it's an RTX Pro 6000, which is his. Oh my gosh. $13,000. Can anyone even review this? I think only like companies can use this. And it's so inconspicuous. It's just a regular Dell tower. Yeah, 0 reviews, no purchases, only giveaways. Chad, would you want to enter in a giveaway where we give away? Nah, get out of here.
I think it's like 15,000. It's ridiculous. It's obviously enterprise and pro level. But for the 3 people watching this that happen to own a studio, if you really want to deck it out and give artists stuff that they'll never have to worry about render times, this is the card. It is amazing. So if you've got...
The end of that sentence was, would you guys like to enter a giveaway where you guys share my stream and I get a lot of viewers and we get a lot of money? Yeah, you're entering? Let's go! Ruined Eraser. It's 1 of 1. I think you're going to win this.
Got one of those cards, use it, and then make sure here where it says device, you want to make sure instead of CPU, it is using GPU instead. And now you can see how much faster that is, right? Now this is in 4K on my computer, and this is the size of the window here.
He's been rendering 4K this entire time, this madman. How do I change the settings? I want to try 4K, see if it can be as strong, as powerful as his.
If you want to like speed up your render, you can also just change the size of the window.
Well, how did he do that? Wait, what did he just click? What did he just click? Viewer node, adjust. Bro, what the heck? This man moves so fast.
It's in 4K on my computer, and this is the size of the window here. If you want to like speed up your render, you can also just
so quick. I think like toggle something.
Just change the size of the window, right? I can drop the size of this like this.
Hey, what is this program back here, buddy? What is this program? Oh, it's what he's using to record it. DaVinci Resolve? You can screen record in DaVinci Resolve? I didn't know that. I guess you should be able to. I mean, in Premiere you can. I don't know for After Effects, but interesting.
Right, so it's only going to be rendering on how much it can see here, right? So as I move around, you can see it's much faster now.
Oh, that's cool. Window, toggle window full screen. Oh. That's all he was doing. So I can do this. I can be your hero, baby. Okay, yeah, that's pretty fast. That's cool. Full screen.
Because the size of that window is so much smaller. So that's another thing you can do if you want to be able to move around whilst it's rendering. Now, the fuzziness that you can see here, that is samples. So it's still the same term, samples, but the difference is that Cycles is a path tracer, not a rasterized engine like Eevee. So path tracing means that you don't have to deal with any probes or anything like that. It can see what is behind the donut. It can see between the sprinkles. So it's actually casting like a bounce off this sprinkle, into that one. It's also doing it on the other side of the donut that we can't see. It's actually shooting rays from the camera out into the scene, and whatever it hits, it's collecting that information. So it is much more physically accurate. It is the gold standard for rendering that computer graphics researchers use, and every movie VFX shot is generally nowadays using path tracers. It results in a way better image, but obviously you have to pay for it with render times. Now, one thing as well is this noise that you can see here. When we do our render, it's going to kick in a denoise, which is going to clear that up. But you can also enable it in your viewport, and then as you move
Whoa, that's next level. That's next level. Boop. I kind of like the noise. It makes it feel like I'm in a space that I'm not supposed to be in. I'm in this world before it's even finished. But now it's like, boom, we're done. Oh, it's not done yet. Now it's done. Whoa, I was moving around before it was done. This looks amazing. It's going, sample, 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 and now it's done. Wow. Okay, Blender. You're not a Maya, but you're doing your thing out here. You're really doing your thing out here. Okay.
Move around, you can see that it's still got like a little squiggle to it, but it's obviously much clearer and it's easier to see things with that on. But now that I've got that, I can do a render. It's going to load in everything. The first time you use Cycles, by the way, it might be slow, especially the first time if you use a card like an NVIDIA card or AMD or anything like that. It will be slower, but after that, it should be relatively quick. I say relatively quick. I've got the fastest card available right now, and you can see it's no longer instantaneous. It is well over 20 seconds. There we go, 23 seconds, okay? But
21, 22, 23. Come on, you can do this. 25, 26. Don't let him beat you by that much. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Just throw in the towel, man. 40 seconds. It took 40 seconds, 68 to do what he did in 23. Tony Stark built this with a bunch of scraps in a cave.
The difference, right? Like if I go to, right, Eevee.
Oh, shoot. Wow.
Like there is a big difference there. I mean, actually that was before I did the jitter. Actually, let's really compare apples to apples. Okay, there we go. But yeah, there definitely is a big difference, especially in the shadows, especially in the reflections. So it's a noticeable difference, but it's also a noticeable difference in the time, right? The Eevee one is less than a second. The Cycles one is 23 seconds, and that's on the fastest card available. So you're going to pay for it. And this matters most when you're doing animations, because how many frames is there in 1 second of footage? Generally 24 to 30. I'm actually recording in 60 frames right now. So that would be 30 frames a second. So 30 times 23 just to get 1 second of footage. So if you're doing an animation, that's where Eevee really can speed up your workflow. But also, like, Eevee is just so much more accessible. Part of the reason I stuck to Eevee for all this tutorial up until now is that I learned from talking to people who did the previous donut that some people's renders were taking like over 20 minutes. Some people were over an hour to do one single image of the donut. And I couldn't believe it. I thought, all right, we have to use Eevee then, because there's just no way people are going to be able to finish this thing. So Eevee definitely can get a great result. It's not going to be as good as Cycles, but like I said, the times, you can't beat it. It's so much faster. So there's no shame in using it if you don't have a computer that can't do Cycles. Now, you can experiment with your lighting. You can experiment with your scene. You can add in different assets. You can change the colors, make a whole bunch of different variants. If you want to go further, you know what I'm going to say. I have released a course, and it is designed for people literally in your shoes right now that have just finished the donut and they want to know what they can do next to improve and learn more about Blender. So this course, it's called the Beginner's Academy, and it teaches you the core essential Blender skills, which is modeling, texturing, shading, lighting, camera, and rendering. And although we touched on all of those in this series, that's really just the tip of the iceberg, because there's so many different techniques to modeling. There's so many different approaches to texturing and to rendering and to lighting. And we go through all in much more detail in this course. So if you finish this donut and you want to go off and learn by yourself, there is a whole YouTube full of tutorials out there. But if you want something that is targeted, more comprehensive, and will walk you through the 80-20, the 80% of Blender's tools and techniques that you use 20% of the time, then this is the course for you. All taught by me, all taught using the latest Blender 5.0, and I hope that you will enjoy it. Otherwise, thank you for watching this entire series. If you want to join the course, you can click the link below, and hope to see you in a future video.
Hey, hey. We did it! This is my donut. No way, it's exactly 4 hours. What the heck? We only had like an hour 30 left. How did an hour 30 left become 4 hours? How did it become 4 hours? Oh my god. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I did not plan for a 4-hour stream. Dang, we finished our donut. Da, 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 da. I know what you're saying. His tutorial's 4 hours, and then our stream is also 4 hours. So, to the person who doesn't know, it looks like I followed him 1-to-1 and finished exactly when he finished. But that is not the case at all. This took multiple days. Multiple days, man. To make a donut and a coffee. And does it even look that realistic? If you really like chat, do you really think this look? God, please, it look good, man. Does it really look good? Like, does it look like you can? Let me put this in my Discord. Wait, he didn't tell us how to this scammer. He didn't tell us how to change the size of this. I don't know how to, cause like what's the dimensions of this? I don't know. He didn't tell us. How do I save this now? Image. Like, what if I want it to be HD? Render region, blah, 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 view. Bruh, how can I make this into a 4K image? But he didn't tell me. Yeah, he didn't tell me. He even tell us how to save it. Well, I think he probably told us at one point. Final image. Okay. Now I'm gonna put those in my Discord. If you are interested, or chat. What is this? What is this? Shame me for cheating. So you admit you didn't say accuse me of cheating. You said shame. You fess up. Yeah, I hacked. Oh my god, he actually hacked. What the heck, man? But isn't he banned already? What's the point? He's already banned. Why is this in art chat? Get this out of here. Get all this nonsense out of here. All right, I want to put it in 3D art. Art ping. Hey, everyone, I finished my donut. I finished my donut. I'm so excited about it. I'll show the first progress and then the last progress. I don't remember where I saved these. Blender. So it was "This is so cute." That's number 1. Made that in a day. And then final image. Dang. Look at how different they are. Aw, they're kind of cute together. Oh, that's why I said this is so cute. They're just too cute. And then boom. Oh my God. And it's the same thing, just texture and sprinkles. Sprinkles are new. Texture and lighting. Texture and lighting. Dang. Wow. This is nice. Should I post this on chat? I should post this on social media, right? Let's post it on social media. I wish I had this in the other format. I was gonna post them vertically, but I don't have that. I don't think. Where's my camera? Can I change the resolution here? In camera. Shift Y camera. Is it this size? No. He didn't teach us anything about cameras. Viewport display. How do I see? I can't change the size of the. Is it this? Do I? No. I don't know how to change it. Emotional. All right. Let me see something. What if we change to orthographic? Whoa. Panoramic. Whoa. Now we're talking. Wait. Oh, shoot. Oh, now we're getting crazy. I don't want these guys in the background. Let's move these guys around. What the heck? I want to move this. Blocker. Table. Blocker. And you too, other blocker. Let's move you out of the frame. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that's kind of cool. All right. Let's undo all this nonsense. But that's cool. These different cameras immediately. Custom? No. Internal, external? I'm alright. You can have a custom camera. Sensor. Vertical. Horizontal? Auto. Oh, right there. Vertical. No, that doesn't. No. I don't know how to change it. Oh well. Let's post it. I'm ready to post this. Save. Emotional. 4 hours, 19 minutes. We're at 4 hours, 7. I started this at 4 p.m. It is now 3 a.m. I've got donut that I am mad I can't eat. 6 hours later and a broken YouTube rewind button and I'm on the sprinkles. I'm actually finished this time. Same. Well, I've never done it before. Pro tip: when you save your progress mid-tutorial and the video timestamp, add the video timestamp to the file name. That's smart. Alternative title, nope. Another donut tutorial before GTA 6. New Year goal, learn Blender. That's what we're on. Same day I'll be able to call myself a post donut. Huh? Someday. Oh, they're not there yet? No way, he remade it again. This is like like Scary Movie and all that. He just has to make it every year. Amazing. All right, let's post ours. Instagram.com/JWBerry. We're just gonna put both of them up. So yeah, see, this one's not doing that well, but this one is doing a little bit better. Okay, you didn't have to be so loud. Jeez. Switch. Oh man, I don't have my JW Berry account on here. Hold on, chat. It was just Strawberry James and my other one. Please be the password. That's not the password. Please be the password. That's not the password. Please be the password. That is the password. I completely guessed, and I got it correct. Now let's create. And create a post. I can make a live video? Wait. I can go live? Chat, I guess we just found another place we're going live on. Practice. I can go live here? Live test. No way. Close friends practice. Let's do practice. I can go live on Instagram on the computer. Connect streaming software to go live. Oh no, all my stream stuff. Okay, so we can do Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. What's up, $10? Again. But for right now, let's create a post. Select from computer. Blender. Where are you? Where are you, Blender? Whoa, it was just here. Okay. Oh, they're almost the same. But this one has just way more detail. Like the inside of the cup is black. And now it has like the other detail. So I'm going to start with the final image. I want it to be full size if I can, please. Cool. And then second image is going to be the beginning. Where it all began. Yeah, perfect. I don't need a filter. It's already perfect. What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? Just finished my Blender 5.0 donut tutorial with Blender Guru. That's his name, right? What's his? I just saw it. Dang. Blender, no. Donut. Oh my gosh. Tutorial. There it is. His Instagram is Andrew. It's not even Blender Guru. It's Andrew P. Price. Are these all fake?
This simulation in Blender. First, make a single chain link by extruding half a torus. Add an array modifier, then add a Z offset with a 90° Z rotation and increase the count to however long you want your chain. Now the physics. Add a plane, physics, rigid body, passive. Then for the chain, physics, rigid body, but change the shape to mesh. Apply the array modifier, then in edit mode, select all, P, separate by loose parts. Press play and it's super broken. So right click, set origin, origin to geometry. Now it works because the center of mass is in the center. Freeze the top link by changing the physics on just that link to passive. Now select the bottom link and in edit mode, add a sphere to be our wrecking ball. Then rotate everything on an angle and we got a swinging ball. Now for something to hit, add an array modifier to a cube, duplicate it for the other axes, add rigid body physics, apply each array, select all in edit mode, P, separate by loose parts, set origin, origin to geometry. Now it works, but it bounces off the cubes because they're too heavy. Set the weight to 0.01, then object, rigid body, copy from active. Now select the ball and change our weight to 10. That's it. Subscribe for more Blender tutorials like this one. Here's how to make this simulation in
Just simply phenomenal. Alright, with what was his name? Andrew P. Price. I want to give him his shout outs, of course. Just finished my Blender 5 donut tutorial, Andrew Price. It came out real nice. What do you think? Hashtag 3D art. Hashtag Blender Guru. Hashtag Blender 5. Hashtag JW Berry. 3D. And I think that's it. Share it to my threads. And that's it. I don't need to tag anybody, do I? Oh. Should I at Blender? I don't think that matters. And post. At 1:25 a.m. Crazy work. Crazy work. Oh, I just saw my post just now. That's pretty fast. Can you guys please, whoever has Instagram, like my post? I just like my own post. I think this is the link. Yeah. So wherever you're at, if you're able to, chats. All chats. Oh. Or exclamation mark Insta if you don't see it, wherever you don't see it. I'm gonna type in here. Not type, I'm gonna put this on my story. Hey, what's up? I was doing some late night streaming and we just did the Blender tutorial. We finished and made the donut and the coffee cup live. Oh, should that be a reel? Do people care about reels? It could have been, but it's fine. We can put a link in there. Okay, that was that. That was pretty nice. Pretty nice. We fully made the donut. And so now we can move on to bigger and better things. Is he a part of this?
So this is, all right, this is optics. This is what optics looks like. See how slow it is? Look at that. Slow. Right?
Oh, yeah, I saw this film created for showcasing Blender.
Right, and if you turn off the denoiser, that's what it's doing in the back. The denoiser on, right? That's what we have now, optics. And then DLSS, the new one. Look at that. That is incredible. Incredible.
Did he teach us this? 5.0?
Good job, sir. Love it.
Man, okay, I'm on board now. I'm excited to see where the became AI slop filter today. Wait, it's AI now? I don't know DL. I've been out of all of it since I haven't been on Maya. I haven't seen any of these new advancements. The last thing I saw from Maya was Arnold render on GPU NVIDIA RTX something, and it showed this robot that took a long time, but now I was able to move in the viewport, almost fully rendered every frame. That was the last thing I've seen of anything. I have not seen anything else. People are clowning on DLSS5. It's recreating the image and looks super AI now. Can I test it here? Like, where was that? That was in denoising, or? Man, what did he click? Shoot, it's not out yet? Oh, okay. And it became AI slop. Oh no. Oh no. Dang. Could that look amazing? They just showed it off at the socials. Okay. It looked amazing. from what I just learned about how slow some of these things can be, it looked like it was instant final frame. Man, isn't that the goal? Instant final frame, uncompromised final frame. Dang. I feel like this is pretty close already. This is really nice. It has like a claymation feel until it, you know, super sharpens up. But man, oh my God, even this angle looks so good. Man, I'm in love with this. I should have taken the photo from this angle. Man, I should have taken some more photos to put on Instagram. Oh, I should put it on Twitter too. Man, you know what? Let's take another photo just for the tweets. We'll put this here. I think I made a very cute looking donut. Oh, but the background. Can I just hide this guy? Well, now it doesn't look real. Man. I guess it's fine if he's there. Maybe I'll change his color to like brown. Let me do that real quick. Let me give him brown. What's a natural color? That. DLSS 4 or 5 are the magic though. Where are they at? Is that here? Like I can access this. Let's take a photo of this. Golly, that's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Was this gonna take 23 seconds again? I mean 40 something seconds. Man, my computer, bro, running on all cylinders. You're using it if you have DLSS on. I don't know how to check. I guess I would assume so, but let's see. It's so good. You know what I want to do that he didn't teach? I'm gonna make sauce. I'm gonna make like a donut sauce. Something I could probably do it. Actually, I should move on to the next project. Look at that texture on the paper, man. I can make an Ant-Man thing here. Look at this blur and okay, it's taking more than 40 seconds. This is taking a long time. 52 seconds? 55 seconds for one frame. Yeah, miss me with that. We're going to Eevee. I'm gonna save this one as nice close up. Let's see, where would I find DLSS? Is that on? It's not on Denoise, is it? Wait, optics open image denoise. I don't think I have it then. They have like an extra option. Classic, blue. Let's just Google it. What are we doing? Where is DLSS 4.5 Blender? It's currently available as a preview, viewport rendering in Blender, experimental specialized build rather than the main release. Transformer model. So it is not accessible.
Stop settling for 5 FPS. Most people don't know that Blender has a hidden turbo mode locked inside its source code that can triple your viewport speed. Today, we are compiling a custom version of Blender to unlock NVIDIA's DLSS
custom version
technology. It turns a laggy, noisy viewport into real-time playback. Now, you do need an NVIDIA RTX card to flip this switch, but if you don't have one, stick around anyway. Seeing this speed might just be the inspiration you need for your next upgrade. Let's unlock it. First, we need the tools to build the engine. Grab Visual Studio 2022 Community. Check it and then install. Next, the CUDA toolkit. This teaches your PC how to speak NVIDIA.
You gotta build it yourself.
Default settings are fine here. Now optics. This is where most people mess up. It installs to a hidden folder, which is annoying. So go to Program Data, NVIDIA Corporation, grab the SDK folder and drag it straight to your C drive.
Oh my gosh. At least it's tutorial.
Rename it to exactly optics_SDK. No version numbers, no spaces. Finally, install Git.
Git also?
Open a standard command prompt as administrator. We need the DLSS brain first. Clone it directly to your C drive using the first command in the description.
Yo.
This downloads the actual AI upscaling logic. Now you can close that window.
He said AI.
Next step is important. Open the Time64 native tools command prompt. Do not use the normal CMD or PowerShell. This specific prompt has all the compiler paths linked up. If you use the wrong one, nothing works. Create a folder for the source code and clone the main Blender repository. This is the basis for our compiled Blender version, but we don't want the standard engine. We want the speed.
Who's gonna tell him? This is intense.
So we're going to swap to the NVIDIA branch and check out this specific DLSS version. This replaces the standard Cycles render engine with the AI accelerated one. Run make update. This is going to sit for about 20 minutes, downloading every single library Blender needs. Physics, audio, Python. It looks frozen, but as long as the text is moving, you're good. Create a build folder, enter it, and paste the massive all-in-one command I put in the description.
Oh my god.
You don't need to type this manually. Hit enter and look for the green flags. Specifically, you want to see found CUDA, found optics, found DLSS. If you see those three, you are winning. Now, run the compile command. This is the heavy lifting. It's going to max out your CPU for about 30 minutes. It's turning millions of lines of C++ code into the .exe file we can actually use. Go touch some grass or grab a coffee. Back? Okay, now...
Wait, so not even just... But you're actually creating the .exe itself.
Now, the build is complete. However, do not launch it yet. We are 99% done, but without this next step, DLSS won't work. So open a new tab in the Windows Explorer. Go to your DLSS SDK folder. Under lib, Windows, rel, copy this file. Paste that directly in your new release folder right next to the .exe file. This is the brain that makes the AI work. Okay, launch it. Set your render settings to use your GPU. If it is grayed out, go to System Preferences.
Why are you trying to set up DLSS? Tetrahedron, you know about this too? Are you in the club?
Under Optics, make sure your GPU is checked. So, now the moment of truth. Switch your viewport denoising to DLSS. Here is a scene with denoising turned off. And here's the difference with DLSS. All the commands and links are pinned below. If this works for you, hit that like button so other artists can find it. Go create something.
Brother, show a more advanced scene. I just tried it and it's cool and all, but it seems like it struggles with larger scenes. For example, I get volumetric ghosting on the viewport. Hello, nice catch. Yeah, it definitely struggles with ghosting moving objects since it relies heavily on GPU and motion vectors from Cycles. It can get a bit smeary if the data isn't perfect. Honestly, super cool that you got it up and running so fast. What GPU are you testing on? I'm curious how it handles different cards. I hope they can smooth the ghosting on the future development. I'm testing it on an RTX 3090. Currently, though, I say Cycles longer development time is faster in the viewport. Craziness. Yeah, I don't know if I'm at the deep end yet of Blender. I just started. I just want to... Oh, man, that's so beautiful. Oh, my God. I just want... Oh, man. I just want to use a volumetric what's it called? Gaussian splatting. That's what I want to do next. So I don't need to worry about all that stuff yet. Found someone's Blender build with it built in. What do you mean? Someone has a build online that has it built in? Now, do I want to get into all that? I just started. I just started and I'm about to get overwhelmed. Anywho, though, let me post this on Twitter real quick and then we end. Emotional. I'm so glad I finished the tutorial. That took so much energy. Oh yeah, shout out to me, chat. We made it to 4 years of partner anniversary. That was on March 10th, Mario Day. So shout out to us. Now, next post is going to be just finished the Blender 5 donut tutorial. And we start with this one. Then we go to this one. Then we go to the up close. So nice. I don't need to tag him here. But we'll do Blender 5. JW Berry. And Blender Guru. Should I do donut? Do people care about it like that? I don't know. I'm gonna install this and might get a virus. I'll let you know. Oh! Wait, send me? Nah, I don't know. I feel like it's too early for me to be messing around and, you know, messing things up so early. I just started. And if it's in beta, doesn't that mean DLSS is gonna eventually come out? So, yeah, I'll hold out. But you let us know. You report back to us. Ruined, are you in the Discord? Since we have a lot of artists in there. Or we're trying to get more artists in there. Post. Please like my tweets. Anybody who's able to. Where's my share? I've never really done this. Just join. Hey, I appreciate you. Sharing that 3D art channel. DM'd you a link on Patreon I found. Okay, oh, you got it, of course. It's behind a paywall if they had to do all that hard work. Okay, oh, and there's another goat. Do you guys know this guy? Oh, it's a pre-download. Do you guys know Brackies? Brackies, man, the goats! This guy and his Unity tutorials, they helped me through school, man. I wish he did Unreal tutorials, because that's where I actually need all the help. Whoa, thank you for the reactions, Vor, and who's the other person? Is that Ruined? Appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. Whew, okay. Let's close us out. Blender DDS DLSS build Soku X Neku. If you like doing experiments like me, this tech is amazing. I thought I'd share it with all of you, but you do need an RTX card. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, just watch the video. You render. Oh, let me tell you, I'm a render intermediate pro. You hold Z and you click the top menu, or hold Z, move up and let go to do the render mode. That's like doing a playback render. It's like doing a preview render. I forgot what it's called in mine. Then you press F12 if you want to take a photo or something. Yeah. Yeah, this looks cool, but I'm gonna have to stay in my lane for right now. I'm so excited though. We just finished the tutorial. So our next step after this is the edge of my imagination. And that has no bounds. All right. Goodbye for now. I'm actually very tired. It's almost 5 hours. Walking in the background. Thank you, everybody. We done finished our donut. Very productive art stream today. I don't have a raid. Bye.